The most important part about Tillich's theology is what he calls the method of correlation. As a Protestant theologian, Tillich rejects fundamentalism as it fails to make contact with the present situation. He sees religion as moving between the eternal truths of its foundation and our historical situation. The human questions of anxiety, meaninglessness, estrangement, etc. are correlated with religious answers. There is a mutual interdependence between theology and existential, philosophical, and psychological issues. The interplay between the human and the divine is crucial for Tillich. It is what allows us to get into the depths of reality. While lecturing on anxiety, Tillich noticed that there was an enormous response in the post-war era, especially in the younger people, and he sought to give an answer to the growing anxiety which had developed. In 1952, he published The Courage to Be, in which he presents his antidote to humanity's loss of meaning through the concept of courage. Tillich is not just theorizing, he's trying to give us guidance on how to live, and his idea of courage resonates deeply with his personal life. He starts by looking at the history of Western thought. For the ancient Greeks, one is courageous for the sake of what is noble, for that is the aim of virtue. The greatest test of courage is the readiness to make the greatest sacrifice, the sacrifice of one's life. And since the soldier is required by his profession to be always ready for this sacrifice, the soldier's courage was, and somehow remained, the outstanding example of courage. However, the death of Socrates brought a whole new idea of courage. The soldierly fortitude was transcended by the courage of wisdom. It became a symbol for the whole ancient world, showing the interdependence of the courage to die and the courage to live. For Tillich, courage is not just the ability to endure, it is also wisdom towards that which concerns us ultimately. He draws on thinkers such as Thomas Aquinas, who describes courage as being capable of conquering whatever threatens the attainment of the highest good. The Stoics, for whom courage is a virtue. Spinoza, who believes that courage is individual self-affirmation. And Nietzsche, for whom courage is life-affirmation. For Tillich, courage is self-affirmation in spite of anxiety over the threat of non-being. Man is not only anxiously aware of his finitude, he also knows it as what it is. He anticipates his future non-being, and he knows that once upon a time he was not. The awareness of finitude creates anxiety. This anxiety cannot be eliminated, as it belongs to existence itself. One can, however, find the best way to deal with anxiety. This is what Tillich wants to attain. Anxiety is different from fear in that fear has a definite object which can be faced and attacked, endured, or conquered, whereas anxiety has no object and one feels impotent and disempowered. It results from facing the threat of non-being, a true nothingness. Tillich tells us that there are three types of anxiety: anxiety of fate and death, which is ontic, that is to say, factual to our existence as particular beings; anxiety of guilt and condemnation, moral; and anxiety of emptiness and meaninglessness, spiritual. He compares them, respectively, with the ancient civilization, the Middle Ages, and the modern period. But in spite of the predominance of one type, the others are also present and effective. The anxiety of death is tied with the unpredictability of fate, which is subject to chance. He observes how the stoic courage of the type of Marcus Aurelius possessed a real danger and alternative to Christian courage. In Christianity, this anxiety is reduced by man's participation in the divine being who had taken fate and death upon himself. The Stoics, however, believe that every day a little of our life is taken from us, since we are dying every day. Therefore, the final hour when we cease to exist does not of itself bring death, it merely completes the death process. The horrors connected with it are a matter of imagination. They vanish when the mask is taken from the image of death. Stoic courage presupposes the surrender to the logos, which is the faculty of reason in individuals and the rational principle that organizes the cosmos. Clear-mindedness allows one to live in harmony with the logos. This is how anxiety is dealt with. While Stoicism espouses cosmic resignation, Christianity proposes cosmic salvation. In the anxiety of guilt and condemnation, every individual, whether one is religious or not, has the necessity to make of himself what he's supposed to become to realize his potential. We all have an ideal project, and we're faced with guilt and condemnation when we fail to live up to our ideal. This is because we have the power to act against our ideal, to contradict our essential being. A profound ambiguity between good and evil permeates everything we do, and it can drive oneself toward complete self-rejection. The last form of anxiety, that of emptiness and meaninglessness, happens when what one had found most meaningful in his life is transformed into indifference or aversion. The individual then escapes from his freedom, as Eric Fromm put it. To avoid the risk of asking and doubting, the individual surrenders himself in order to save his spiritual life and escape the anxiety of meaninglessness. This, however, leads to fanaticism. By attacking those who disagree with him, he must suppress in others what he had to suppress in himself. Pathological anxiety results in a total inability to face one's life. The neurotic must eschew the reality of illness or danger by hiding in a castle of defense in order to function properly. This is what Ernest Becker argues most people do in his book The Denial of Death, influencing what is now known as the terror management theory, although Becker also talks about the existential hero's way, who sees his impotence and vulnerability instead of hiding within the illusions and disguising his struggle by piling up figures in the bank to privately reflect his sense of heroic worth. Tillich writes, "The courage to be is the ethical act in which man affirms his own being in spite of those elements of his existence which conflict with his essential self-affirmation. Courage is the strength to affirm one's own life in the face of inevitable annihilation, even if it may seem to have no purpose, and even if we are destined to carry great burdens of guilt for not being perfect or acceptable in our own eyes. It is the readiness to take upon oneself negatives for the sake of a fuller positivity. Encouragement is literally embodying courage. The vitality that can stand the abyss of meaninglessness is aware of a hidden meaning within the destruction of meaning. Even if we feel that life is meaningless, if we take the question of meaning seriously, then in the very seriousness of our question, the ultimate meaning is still present. Why do we take all this so seriously? Because that is what we are here for. That is the question of to be or not to be, the question of life and death. Even if we do not know any answer whatsoever, the seriousness of our questioning is the manifestation that we still have an ultimate concern over the meaning of life. Tillich believes that few concepts are as useful for the analysis of the human condition as the concept of courage. It is an ethical reality, but is also rooted in the whole of human existence and in the structure of being itself as an ontological reality. He distinguishes courage by participation and by individualization. One feels courage by participating in the part of a larger whole that helps sustain one's existence, and one can be courageous by being oneself, individualization. Tillich draws on the existentialists, who he believes offer the most radical form of the courage to be as oneself, because it demands involvement and participation over a theoretical or detached approach to life. This gives a solution to crippling despair and pathological anxiety by considering the whole of existence from the point of view of the single individual. However, while both participation and individualization provide important resources for overcoming anxiety, fear, and despair, Tillich believes that neither pole is able to fully reconcile with its counterpart. One risks falling into complete collectivism or individualism. One cannot look to either the self or the world. The state of existence is a state of estrangement. A truly transcendent power is needed to unite the two so that courage can be fully asserted in the face of anxiety and the threat of non-being. The human situation of estrangement is overcome by the appearance of a new being that allows a courageous affirmation of our life. Tillich's concept of God transcends the theistic notion. It is not a being, but the ground of being. He cannot be referred to as an individual being among beings. He is personal and supra-personal at the same time. The question of the existence of God can neither be asked nor answered. It is as atheistic to affirm the existence of God as it is to deny it. God is being itself, not a being. As the power of being, God transcends every being and also the totality of beings, the world. Being itself infinitely transcends every finite being. Tillich calls this power the God above God, because it enjoys that position historically attributed to God, but does not abide by theistic conventions. God is the ground and depth of existence from which the individual unites both ontological poles of courage, and is therefore able to instantiate both self-affirmation, the courage to be as oneself, and self-participation, the courage to be as a part. Tillich stresses the importance of symbols, which participate in the meaning and power of reality to which they point, the ground of being. They are the bridge between the infinite and the finite. Symbols can be born, they can live, and they can die. And Tillich worries that many of the symbols in Christianity are dying. Without the whole of religious experience and religious symbolism, the problem of the symbols of eternal life lose their basis and their meaning. They become a caricature of faith. They become superstition. Tillich warns us against demythologization, the literalistic distortion of symbols and myths, or restating religious expressions in terms of scientific or rational ones. Symbols lose their meaning if taken literally. They must be criticized on the basis of their power to express what they are supposed to express, such as the meaning of life and the experience of the holy. Doubt is not the opposite of faith, it is an element of faith. Therefore, there is no faith without risk. The risk of faith is that it could affirm a wrong symbol of ultimate concern. It is wrong, therefore, to consider the risk concerning uncertain historical facts as part of the risk of faith. The risk of faith is existential. It concerns the totality of our being. A wrong faith can destroy the meaning of one's life, while a wrong historical judgment cannot, as it is theoretical. These are two different dimensions which should not be confused, according to Tillich. Tillich's theology is not propositional. It is not about logical statements, which only absents us from ourselves and brackets the existential concerns of our totality of being. There is rather a participatory engagement with the symbols, in which one undergoes a profound transformation. We have many daily concerns in our life. However, every human being has something which he finds sacred. Even if it is the cynical desire to have nothing sacred, then this desire is sacred to him. Tillich writes, even if the act of faith includes the denial of God, where there is ultimate concern, God can be denied only in the name of God. The ultimate concern is what one's life as a whole means. Tillich defined faith as the state of being ultimately concerned. This ultimate concern can also take a demonic form, when one's character is destructive, when one wants to draw the whole world into himself. It is the temptation to be like God. The perception of the ultimate concern is so overwhelming and valuable that all else seems insignificant. It therefore requires total surrender. This ecstasy transcends both the non-rational unconscious and rational consciousness. Ecstasy means standing outside of oneself without ceasing to be oneself. Nothing is more difficult than to be reconciled with ourselves. Everyone has a hidden hostility against his own being. We are hostile against human beings even if we believe we love them. The notion of reconciliation is important for Tillich. Faith is the courage to accept acceptance, self-surrender in a higher, more complete, and more radical form, the perfect form of self-affirmation. One could say that the courage to be is the courage to accept oneself as accepted in spite of being unacceptable. Tillich calls this absolute faith, which is the best way to deal with the three forms of anxiety that we mentioned earlier. It elevates the soul above the finite to the infinite. It is important to note that this is not the existentialist courage to be as oneself. It is the paradoxical act in which one is accepted by that which infinitely transcends one's individual self. The courageous acceptance of the negative and meaningful attempts to reveal the meaninglessness of our situation are often misunderstood by the collectivist affirmers, who avoid the reality of life's challenges in favor of temporary security. But the courage to face things as they are is a radical and creative negativity that points to deeper hope. The faith which makes the courage of despair possible is the acceptance of the power of being, even in the grip of non-being. The act of accepting meaninglessness is itself a meaningful act. When we stop trying to push away the nothingness, but have a relationship with it and move through it, then we overcome meaninglessness. On the last day of his life, after suffering from complications related to a heart attack, Tillich told his wife, "Today is dying day," touched his Bible, and asked for forgiveness for the sins he had committed during his life. He died shortly after. We have a right to ultimate hope, even in view of all other hopes, even in the face of death, for we experience the presence of the eternal in us and in the world here and now. We experience it in moments of silence and in hours of creativity. We experience it in the conflicts of our conscience and in the hours of peace with ourselves. We experience it in the unconditional seriousness of the moral command and in the ecstasy of love. We experience it in the beauty that life reveals, as well as in its demonic darkness. We experience it in the moments when we feel this is a holy place, a holy time. It transcends the ordinary experience. It gives more. It demands more. It points to the mystery of all existence. Where this is experienced, there is awareness of the eternal. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, comment, or share the content. Support the channel on Patreon to help spread the fundamental questions of existence. Thank you for watching.
I'm scared of this Unslaved guy.
We gotta go hundreds and thousands of years back to even find a story of a great motherfucker to even figure out how to partially embody that life and lifestyle. I didn't do all this going, I'm gonna get money, fame, attention, and be a hero. I said, I'm gonna step out into faith, into what's true and what's right, and see what the fuck my power really is and what's working with me. It's inherent hierarchical power and value system. Doesn't matter what everyone else says the power is and the value is. You do this walk, and you're guaranteed a certain amount of power and value because it's rare, because it's based in truth, and the world is living a lie predominantly. It's a cause and effect based endeavor. You do this, you get this. You don't do this, you get this. It's been the same from the beginning of time. Culture and society is our enemy in a sense. Not that we have to do war on it, but culture, society, and what it creates is not your friend, and it doesn't benefit you. It takes you away from who and what you truly are and gives you a set of value systems that are not inherently true or valuable. They're just valuable to that society and that culture. You don't even need a cosmic explanation to know I'm going to be a man as it pertains to my apprehension, and I'm not foregoing that for anyone else's coercion and duress. And I'm not a slave of the state. If anything, I'm a child of God, and I'm a servant of that and the truth. And I'm in a covenant with that force or that thing, if you want to call it. It's basically just pure understanding who and what you are versus what you're not here to do. You can ignore it to your own detriment. You all have to continue to serve some vision that's not yours indefinitely, and you don't know when it ends. And by the time it does end, you're going to be too old and broken down and burnt out and tired to even give a fuck. I could do whatever the fuck I want every moment of my day. I'm guaranteed value. I live within my means. I have everything I need and then some, and I'm working toward a goal.
I'm scared of this Unslaved guy.
And again, to me, the tiger that you don't believe in is the tiger that will eat you, right? You want to sit there and act like it's all going to just be cute and cuddly and go on forever and never consider the obvious common sense cause and effect. How are you living day to day, and what's the source of this beingness? And if you're not going to be the source of that beingness, you're dependent upon someone or something else. That's a fucked up place to be, especially in times of trouble. Greetings, folks. We're back at it. Penile Power's here. O'Shea is here. Penile Power, you lost 2 subscribers as soon as you started streaming.
Man, I love this platform, dude. It's just
Yeah,
it's the best.
it's great.
It's the best platform out there, man. You know?
If you do nothing, you're better off if you do nothing than if you post.
Yeah. No, actually, I like when I wasn't using Pineal Power podcast for like a couple months there because I just didn't want to lose the channel. I had 2 strikes, whatever, and they rejected the appeals, of course. I even think I re-appealed again on another one, and they just didn't respond to it.
Bro, you're like back in the day when you used to go to the old radio, like the old, not Radio Shack, but those old album stores back before like the internet was crazy with information and music and shit. You go to the old tape stores, the CD stores, and a blank tape would be worth $3, and then some musician's tape would be worth like $1.99 on sale. So technically they'd have done better and made more money if they just didn't put music on the blank tape. That's pretty much where we're at as far as live streaming when it comes to you, especially. Your thoughts on that? From now on, will you just broadcast silently and not do or say anything in order to increase subscribers?
I could try that. I've actually considered something similar.
Yeah. We got Brian O'Shea here. I'm going to get to his one of his stand-ups. O'Shea, when are you going to post more stand-ups? Because I don't think we saw this one or the other one. I don't know which one. They're going to have to remind me. We saw this, but when are you going to get some new videos up that we can view here?
I'm not sure. I'm in this small town, having car issues, kind of stranded in this small town at the moment. But we'll figure something out.
Just a small town boy living in Las Vegas.
Wherever people live, there also live the mentally retarded. But who are the mentally retarded, and what are they really like?
His water on the beat.
Usually, the mentally retarded are divided into classifications.
All right, I'm going to leave that alone.
That would have been a good beat right there. That track in the song there.
You wanted to loop it and put it on the. All right, let's get to O'Shea's stand-up quickly. Why the hell not?
Go to bed. Go to bed.
But you see this one yet, O'Shea?
Still hooked up to the Bluetooth.
Yeah, you've seen this.
Go off. There's no more music anymore, right? And then all
it's not me.
Throughout the house, you can hear.
Not you, but
stop masturbating and find live local singles in your area.
Definitely you, Brian.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, my nugger? What's up, my people? What the fuck is that? Y'all seem pretty
got the guy who laughs at everything with
him. What's up, bro? You're draped on her like a goddamn cape, bro. Chill out a little bit, bro. I don't like that shit. You're being clean. Look at this handsome motherfucker. Where's your girl at? She was in the bathroom, didn't she? They looked at me like I'm a fucking asshole.
Where's Pfizer?
Cocaine doing motherfucking.
Where's Pfizer with the O'Shea?
It's like a lot of fun, man. This guy's fucking so miserable. I've been watching him the whole night, dude. He's determined not to laugh. I hate that motherfucker. I'm so glad I got to laugh. Fuck this stool. You guys seem like a lot of fun. Seriously, this group right here, man. You guys are the shit. You got the
I think we did actually see this once before.
The other two? You guys are all right, man. Look at this hot chick over here. They're looking down at the fucking comedian's phone. What's up with that? What's up, dude? Chilling. You got a hot girlfriend, dude. What the fuck's up with that? I wouldn't have expected that, man. You go to these open mics with us, dude. It's fucking weird. What's your problem? You must be rich. What's up, dudes? Whatever. Some Asian guy with his fucking buddy. You guys are all right, man. Seriously, why are you so miserable, dude? What is your problem, dude? I mean, does everyone just suck or that? I'm not gonna let you talk. Dude. I got the mic, dude. You're miserable. Who cares?
I need Pizer to come up and do the O'Shea bit. That's my favorite bit. With the hand on the back, with the lean and the stomach out. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. O'Shea, I'm sorry. What do you have? What do you got, Brian O'Shea, today? You got anything?
No.
No. All right. I'm in a good mood today, O'Shea. Took some of that RSO oil. Feeling good. You don't have anything?
Is that more like cerebral? I mean, is that more what's the word? Not cerebral, but more of a body kind of.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, cerebral is the right word, right?
No,
cerebral
exactly the opposite.
is in your brain. Yeah, my bad. Okay, what's the word I'm looking for? Physical, basically.
I think your cerebrum is decaying.
A body high.
Right.
It's a question.
You're asking me?
Yeah, I've never had RSO, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it's more of a body thing.
And it's usually used for medical reasons related.
Let's talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face. What about buttered sausage?
That's not your jam. It's not your thing. You don't like it?
It's not my jam. I don't buy jam. I buy honey, and I kiss it on the lips.
Yo, I said.
You were saying?
This Gary Busey movie, man, I saw recently is so fucking good, man. A few months back, I think it had Snipes in it too, maybe. I can't remember if it had Snipes in it, but they drop. I think it's called Drop In, and they rob shit by dropping in. They skydive into like banks. That's how they do the heists. They do skydiving. It's fucking crazy, and they're part of a skydiving team. They do drop-ins, and they do the whole the form. They do the forms when they're falling, and they're all holding hands, doing circles, crazy shit, crazy tricks and acrobatics.
I don't know what you're talking about, and I got a Joe Biden video.
I think Aluma Tommy was on there too. He was part of the cast.
Yeah, no idea what you're saying. We got a President Biden speech clip that we got to get to. They're saying he fucked up again, but I don't believe it. They're just picking on him because he's going to win again, as he should.
In 2024, we have a chance to make hope and history rhyme again. Are you ready to do that with me? Are you ready to move forward, not back? Are you ready to choose unity over division? Dignity over demolition? And choose truth over lies? Are you ready to choose freedom over democracy? Because that's America. Folks, I've been doing this a long time. I know I only look like I'm 40, but I've been doing this a long time. But I've never been more optimistic about our future, and I mean it. Just to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. There's nothing, I mean this sincerely, think about it. We're the only nation in the world, as a student of history, I can say, that's come out of every crisis stronger than we went in. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. God bless you all. May God protect our troops.
It was a relatively good speech compared to the rest of what he's done. I mean, it's actually pretty good. Your thoughts, Spino?
What we need is true international pressure.
Freedom over democracy. He even slipped up and said it, what it was supposed to be, that it's not. America's about freedom over democracy.
My hairs, they glisten in the sunlight.
Oh my God.
Did we get to that one? I think you played that one already.
Yeah, we've gotten to that. I don't think anybody wants to hear that again. It's kind of gross. 7 rules for Go ahead.
Jeep Girl's sister, I think, made this meme here, which is crazy because I think I found it somewhere on the internet. And one day, Jeep Girl was like, "Oh yeah, my sister made that fucking meme." If you full screen me, you don't have to. I don't care.
And you just believe that? You just believe her on that?
Jeeps is she gets around the interwebs, man. The moderator there on Daydreamers. You got heavy hitters in here, you know, Salty Siren, IPS gang, Internet Plane Society gang. You got heavy hitters in your chat, dude.
I can't get over 150 live viewers either because the algorithm's fucking me or your heavy hitters can't get me out word of mouth.
Yeah, I mean, again, we can't believe these numbers. There's been proof that a lot of comments are being hidden as well. So that's something to take into account when people say, "Oh, well, yeah, you could say the numbers are higher, but where's the chat to show for it?" Yeah, is it possible that a lot of it's being hidden? That a lot of out of country people, especially, are being hidden from chat, and just you know, I would imagine there's at least a half dozen people that are being hidden from chat at a given time easily.
All right, whatever. We're going to 7 life rules for men. 7 life rules for men. You need some life rules, Sean. So I want to get to that. All right. So yeah, let's go to that. Grim Hustle. Why not? I like them. People like them. Your thoughts before we do that? You need rules for life, right? Sean?
Yeah, I need life skills.
Okay.
I'm here.
So many men have problems. Use drugs, painkillers,
That's you.
TikTok.
That's you.
So many men depressed.
That's you.
Why? Because 3 elements missing in life.
Mm-hmm.
Purpose, responsibility,
Mm-hmm.
brotherhood. I have 7 very simple life rules for men. Number 1, do not focus on what you want in life, but what you want to give in life. Number 2, choose your purpose in this life. Number 3, choose your purpose by understanding who you want to help and protect. Number 4, have this purpose, minimum 7 years. My purpose was growing my brotherhood, my bratva. Number 5, understand it will be difficult. The difficulties will grow your soul. Number 6, understand what you can control and what you cannot control. Focus 100% of life on what you can control. And the last rule, number 7, at the end of your life, it will not matter how much money you made, what title you have, but if you took care of your people every fucking day. That's it. Now go and take care of business, Durk. Be honorable.
Mr. O'Shea, you got anything?
Yeah, that brotherhood thing. I'm thinking about like the gang shit. Like when I look around, I just see everyone just so fucking weak. Kind of reminisce to the back in the like the gang shit, like the brotherhood, the fucking. Cause it's like you have the mentality of like this shit's probably fucking over. Like we just watch it all burn down like fucking Fight Club, the end of that movie Fight Club, you just watch everything blow up and fucking buildings collapse. But it's like it is a daunting task to think to wake these fuckers up. And there's the Walking Dead zombie state. So I don't know, man. It's sort of having a little nostalgia for the Brotherhood days, like sort of having a positive spin on the gang shit.
Yeah, well, I thought that this is what that was supposed to be, a bit of a simulation of that, right? A bit of communal aspects, a bit of sort of brotherhood and loyalty, purpose, meaning, some kind of a cause or an idea. You know, that's kind of what we do here, I would say. All right, well, this idiot's going to keep going shit to bed over and over again. So for some reason, the retards are here. When I do Paul Enslaved channel, the only ones who show up are the retards and the deviants. They don't give me access to the rest of my audience. So I'm going to go ahead and remove you. It's like, you know, what's the point? Your thoughts, Heatwave?
Hello?
So Heatwave, are you there, sir?
Is that Enslaved by Poof?
The trainable, and the custodial. The educable with IQs from 50 to 70 can usually profit from academic training. They can, for example, learn to read and write. The trainable retarded with IQs from 25 to 50 usually are not capable of learning much in the way of academic material, even in special schools. However, they can be taught most of the activities of daily living, including the care of personal toilet
JG, are you there?
hygiene.
Hello? Anyone?
I'm here. I'm the real enslaved by truth. You know, EBT, that guy's indoctrinated. He believes in nonsense. I'm the real truth enslaver.
Okay.
How big's your internet donger, if you don't mind my asking, sir?
What does that mean?
Like, is it in relation to Mitch's? I think Mitch said he's around 6 inches, somewhere around there. Your metaversal donger, if you will, sir. The length.
Proves that subconsciously, by the way, proves that Mitchell has really small genitalia because he chose to say his internet donger was huge and then said it was 6 inches. So, I mean, we're learning indirectly, I guess, more about Mitchell.
Yeah, shout out to West Coast Shell. She's got a great ass.
Yeah, she does.
All right, let's get off this topic. I know you guys are like focused on each other's cock, but if we could just stay away from that for now. What's that?
You heard me. That's all.
I don't know what he's saying. All right, let's go to Film the Police LA, someone who I became aware of. You know who I want to check out too lately? What's his name? The Brooklyn Audits. I like
so we're
that.
not going to compare donger sizes. Basically what you're saying?
Someone get him out of here.
All right.
Yeah, Pioneer, you suck, man. It's corny, whack, lame.
Right.
Anyone else have keys? I don't want to constantly have to do the dirty work here. Yeah, Brooklyn Audits, man. He's a good dude. Saw one from him yesterday. I forget where it was at. All right, whatever. Let's go to Film the Police LA. Apparently, some guy was forced to retire. And I have a top headline today. The feds are at a local township investigating because I told you folks a while ago that, you know, the reason why a lot of this shit continues the way that it does, absent the idea of the contracting, right? The body politic is folks who are being abused or having their rights deprived or just having these contracts enforced in a way that is beyond what's reasonable, necessary. You can contact the federal agencies. You can activate them and they will come in and investigate. So we have top headline news today confirming that you know the feds are strolling around certain small towns, certain townships, and investigating the courts, policy enforcement, and what it is that they're up to. Right. So if you're going to enforce these contracts, whether the citizens know it or not, you're going to do it a certain way. You know, they're so out of hand now. They think they can do whatever they want. That they're ripping people out of cars, they're breaking windows, they're tasing people, they're shooting them in the back. We've gotten a little bit out of hand with the fascists contracting. So good chance that, we're going to have another civil war here at some point, because I don't see any other way out of this. The pure fascism, contract or no contract, body politic or not, democracy or not, capitis diminutio personage or not, it's gotten ridiculous. It's gotten absurd. So good chance I'm not promoting that. I'm not supporting that. I'm not funding that, nor am I part of that. But there's a good chance historically with this, introduction of world war, we're going to see a bit of civil war at some point as well. Because as we know, politically, the country and its retarded citizens are torn apart from the middle. They want leftists, they want right wingers, they want fascism, completely unaware of the foundations of law and the Constitution, as it were. They have little to no understanding at this time. We know that. Greetings, Mr. Pizer. You're not going to do the O'Shea here today? I like the O'Shea bit with the stomach and the hand on the back, because he's got that posture on stage, and I enjoy that little
Hold on,
detail.
let me go put on blackface. Hold on.
All right, let's get to that. LAPD Chief Moore gets retirement send-off he deserves is the title.
Hey, Michael, you're not retiring. You're being fired, Michael. You're being fired for launching an illegal investigation into the mayor. You're being fired, Michael.
It's a public event. Public event. This is a public event. What's over there? I see people. I see press over there. Yeah, the press. I don't need. I've been through this with your chief. I don't need credentials to be over there. He's already recognized me as press.
Okay, sorry, this is a hard closure right now.
I am press. I am a member of the press. LAPD policy, it requires all you have to do is self-identify. I'm not. I'm a member of the press. You can arrest me if you want to.
You're not going to be arrested.
I'm a member of the press.
I'm letting you know this is a hard closure right now.
That's fine. There were a member of the press over there. I'm going over there. I don't want to hear it. No, I'm a member of the press.
Okay,
you have to treat me. There are members of the press right there. I'm going to be here. I'm not playing these games with you. You guys are violating my rights as a member of the press. I am not going over there. I'm a member of the press.
Sir,
no, oh my God, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I am a member of the press. I don't have to. No, I don't. Cite the law. Cite the law. There are members of the press here. I am a self-identified member of the press. Please don't. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Michael, you're not retiring. You're being fired, Michael. You're being fired for launching an illegal investigation into the mayor. You're being fired, Michael. She's just allowing you to walk away in grace that you don't deserve. You are being fired, and you owe Commander Carranza an apology for covering up her sexual harassment. You covered up sexual harassment for years. You're being fired. You are fired. You're fired, Michael. You got fired. This is not honorable, and shame on all these people that stand up.
Check out that Resident Evil on the back of the
illegal investigation into the mayor.
Right there.
Shame on them and all the sexual harassment. Sexual harassment. This guy loves sexual harassment. Sexual
They love sexual. That guy does love sexual harassment. No doubt.
Good riddance. Goodbye, Michael. You're fired.
Slaves can't handle the truth.
He got fired.
They just cheer over it.
Fired. This is not a resignation. He wanted to last another year or two, but he got caught launching that investigation into the mayor right after her election. Right after. He got the corrupt Captain Shaw at Internal Affairs to launch that investigation. And let's talk about the number 2, Al Labrada. Where's Al Labrada at? Where's Al Labrada, right? All the sexual harassment. These guys love covering up sexual harassment. Half of our discretionary budget. Half of our budget. Half of our budget. Ruby gets a good chunk of that, right, Ruby? They got a half of our budget. This is what they do all. Sit around. Get back to work. They're asking for more money, too. Isn't that right, Ruby? Well, Ruby's brother is the deputy chief over in West Bureau, right? Woodyard? Not the brightest guy in the world, I'm gonna tell you that. But yeah, so this is where our money goes. See where our money goes? They're all getting paid. They're probably getting overtime for this. They're all getting paid for this. To stand around doing nothing. To go what? To have a little...
Well, I mean, if we would get back to the law, the last 4 years showed us, just like I was speaking with someone last night, the idea of a mandate, taxation, the code, the first part of the code, from my understanding, says all taxation must be voluntary. And then it describes a mandate. And as we know, over the last 4 years, we've had to look into that. Turns out a mandate is a request. It's not a requirement. Okay. Even legally, as I understand it, required would be by law, right? So there's a request based on statute, policy, and code and advisement, but it cannot be required under law. So, these words and terms mean something. I know that folks want to just, gloss over that, but if you would understand that the taxation code talks about being a mandate, then you would understand a mandate's been a request for 5,000 years, whatever it is. Whatever the original etymology of mandate, I believe it goes back to the beginning of time, is a request. So, we're going to have to start asking questions, making claims, putting affidavits on record, asking folks to prove their claims and their beliefs. If we're not at that level and you just keep paying into it, with blind faith and not asking questions and not wanting to understand the law or the words, well, then there's probably going to be a lot of fascism going on and a lot of waste and a lot of world war and probably some civil war too. Some other things, they just gave another 50 billion to Ukraine and Israel now. They're looting the nation. They're using the fiat coupons to loot the nation and put everybody into debt with their bills and acts and advisements that you all keep supporting, voting for, and paying for. It's very bizarre. Hold on a second. Is that... Just noticed that maybe there's someone here.
The last time I went on a mandate, I got laid. Hey-o! I'm a comedian.
Wow.
You guys are fucking cool.
Yeah. You got a new bit or something that you want to do for us here?
You guys are all right, man.
You guys are cool. You guys do cocaine? I'm an audio.
No, not nowadays. Nope.
Cocaine, gay shit? No.
Oh, man. Man, I got to drink some piss. Hold on. I'll be right back. Right. I got to drink some piss.
All right, yeah. So you got to stay hydrated. Important to stay hydrated. He's got you got to do I love when he does the stance, the O'Shea stance.
You're like me. What's up, dude? You comment? This is fucking
certain
all right, man. You
telltale pose.
I know it.
The O'Shea, stomach out, leaning back. I'm real comfortable with myself pose.
Go back to being quiet and miserable when other people bomb, but for now, you're in my territory. Who else wants some of this shit?
Anxious comedy.
Anxious comedy. Comedy for the anxious.
Did I tell your husband?
And yeah, he got me with that. Just one move, right? It's the details. When Pizer hit the stomach out, hand on the back, with the hand over the eye. Why? You don't have to. He totally overdoes the shirt bit too. Like, why do you don't have to overdo
You guys
it?
are fucking. You guys are fucking cool.
I'm saying, dude, seriously, you guys are all right, man. For real.
You guys are
You guys are all right.
Look at this. Look at these fucking guys in the front. You black? You Asian? You got slanty eyes? Can you read? Fucking idiot. You guys are cool. I'm a comedian. You guys want to do cocaine? You do gay shit? Hold on. You guys do gay shit?
Yeah,
oh my god!
You gotta hit the. I'm really comfortable with myself on stage. yeah, the hand on the hip, then the kind of the lean back.
Oh, you guys are really cool. This piss is working. This piss not
lean back.
Oh my god!
Man.
Lean back.
This is why I'm going to be working construction again over the next year. Just when I come on and do shit like this, I just let it completely degenerate. I take too much of the THC oil and I just laugh and laugh. I get my entertainment. I have fun, but everyone else is like, "What's happening? What's he doing?"
Do you believe that laughter is the best medicine, like they say?
Right.
I believe, lack of a better
Every once
term.
in a while, I got to take a day for me. Right. Let's get back to me. Let's get back to me and just me having fun, me laughing. Stop putting all this fucking pressure on me. Right. Only one man.
Well, Paul, if you get back into construction, you're going to end up real horny in like 4 days.
Why is that?
That's just part of the game.
Because you're seeing guys in like construction boots and stuff. It makes you horny.
Wow, you could take it there, but what I'm getting at is you're going to get the adrenaline, the hormones, the drive.
Right.
Hey, so that was Brooklyn Audits that you played before?
No, that wasn't.
Oh. The guy at the press rally? Press thing?
Does Brian O'Shea have anything to say? Does he just... You dead weight, Brian?
Piss, man.
I got a quote for you, Pizer. This is Pizer's slogan. I make life gay.
So I make everybody happy? That's cool. I like that.
There you go. Pizer makes life gay.
Is it fair to say that life is gay in general?
So what happened? Did he jump or get pushed? Do you know? Are you guys investigating? But I'm asking you, are you investigating the issue or what? You are investigating it? Why are you bringing him in there?
I need some pipes welded.
What's up, bro? Why are you bringing him in there, Sarge? What's going on? Did he jump or he got hurt? What happened? He jumped? Nah, that's not cool. No, I want one of your business cards. I want that sexy business card. Let me get that. Because you came up to me real hard, Reyes. What precinct you work out of?
Just keep it moving.
Don't touch me. No.
We have a dead body over here. Just keep it moving.
Why are you pushing me,
I
bro?
understand. Just keep it moving. Do me a favor. Keep it moving.
I'm not gonna move, bro. I'm not gonna move, Why is he touching me though? Now I'm making a complaint. Now I want his business card. You can't touch me, bro. Don't. Your sergeant knows me. Don't touch me. I get that, and I'm real news, and I'm allowed to be on press. This is my First Amendment. I'm allowed to do this. But why is he putting his hands on me though? Why is he putting his hands on me? Now I'm mad though. Am I allowed to touch you? Am I allowed to put my hands on you? Am I allowed to put my hands on you though? Think about it. Let's think about it. Can you let him know since he's a higher up than you? I'm pretty sure you're not going to tell him. But he's really putting his fingers in my guts? Really? Okay. We'll make a complaint against you, you piece of shit. You should never put your hands on me. You're a piece of shit, bro. Put your hands on me, bro. You can't violate people's rights like that, bro. This is where you guys fuck up all the time. And you know what the crazy thing is? You don't got qualified immunity. You get sued for this shit. Fucking piece of shit. What a piece of shit.
Stupid pieces of shit.
Hey, Reyes.
Doesn't work like that, dummy.
Why? Why you gotta touch me like that for? Why you gotta touch me like that? You're a detective. You should know. You got over 5 years. But why are you putting your hands on me, though? If I put my hands on you.
You asked me a question, right? Now let me explain it to you.
So you can put your hands on me. You're allowed to put your hands on me? No. I asked you a question first. You're allowed to put your hands on me?
Last time. Those are dead bodies.
Piece of shit.
I know that.
I
can do that. I can do that. But you're allowed to put your hands on me. So you're allowed to put your hands on me. Oh, really?
Hispanic Paul.
So you're allowed to touch the public. Yeah, really. Oh, okay. Who tells you?
That's me now. You're saying JG? That's me.
Yeah, that's Hispanic Paul.
Oh,
It's
okay.
these fucking Hispanics, man. I'm telling you, I grew up with them. I'm one of them. It's all these fucking Hispanics.
All right, we got to finish DeCastro, man. We never finished DeCastro's new book, audio tape. He says he's writing a new book, and we got to finish the audio.
I'm in here. I'm scared.
I'm getting tired of this guy. Oh.
Hold on, is that we have DeCastro here live on the air?
Oh, fuck.
Just donate.
What's that? What can we? Hey, Chili, you're live. You're from the jail. You're here right now. What can we do for you, man? Like, could we write some letters? Could we, do some appeals? Can we show up at court? Like, if there's anything that we, the audience, and here at No Impact Flicks, is there anything we could do for you, Mr. DeCastro?
Can you just send me some toilet paper? They won't give me toilet paper.
They won't give you any toilet paper now.
No. Or a blanket.
That's crazy.
They won't give me toilet paper. Just donate.
What's that? I didn't hear that. Could you say that louder?
Can you just help? Just donate.
You need money, huh?
Hold on. Oh my God. Hold on. I got my pockets out. Hold on.
Get over here.
This is tough. This is tough to even witness or listen to. It's really upsetting.
My bunk daddy's gonna get pissed.
You gonna finish oiling my feet, boy?
If you just donate.
Hello?
We're trying to hit our goal. We're trying to hit our goal.
You gonna finish these toes, boy?
Who is that? Who's that keeps yelling over your shoulder in the background there?
Jermaine, stop. Jermaine, I'll let you have
this is tough to listen to, guys.
It's Jerome.
Guys,
Finish
this is really
these
tough.
boy. Get off that call now.
This is really tough to listen to, guys. Guys, okay, while we have a break in the action, I'm pretty sure DeCastro's getting raped right now. I want you guys to go ahead and click the link and donate, okay?
Right to freedom.
I want you guys to click the link and donate immediately. We got activism funds. We got trifolds.
Right to freedom.
What's that noise?
Right to
What's that noise?
Heat wave, jail pals, number 2.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Get in there.
Guys, I gotta go. I gotta go.
Get in the little toe there. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we got 1 minute. 1 minute left on the phone call there. All right, guys. Yeah, that was DeCastro. He's still locked up. He says he's going to be out soon, but we're already at 50,000. If you guys could just get that higher, maybe a couple 100,000, maybe a couple million. I mean, why not? The guy's been through a lot. Constitutional law scholar. They gave him the 180. It was unfair. It wasn't right. He did say fuck all the pigs. Called the bailiff a pig. Said he hates all cops. Hired a bar attorney, but still shouldn't be happening. All right, so go ahead, please hit the link. Go ahead, donate, contribute now. This is a class podcast, Paul. What does that mean?
Yeah, really get in there. Rub the toes. Get it. Yeah, rub harder in there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, get into the meridian points. Yep.
All right, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on here at No Impact Flicks because I'm pretty sure rape is a violation of YouTube policy. So I'm just gonna leave that alone. Let's get back to the call from yesterday about the new book.
I call you thief because you created nothing. You produced nothing. You earned nothing. But the quiet and open hatred that you receive from a daunted public, you are the worst of all persons America can get, and a lot of us openly despise you. And I call what I see exactly what I see. I call you dirty, I call you selfish, and I have called you a pig. Even though my words will change, that doesn't mean that my thoughts have changed. And now a little bit more from Atlas Shrugged, page 1018 to 1020. Non-thinking is an act of annihilation, a wish to negate existence, an attempt to wipe out reality. By refusing to say it is, you are refusing to say I am. By suspending your judgment, you are negating your person. When a man declares, who am I to know? He's declaring, who am I to live? Thinking in every hour and every issue is your basic moral choice. Man's
Is this guy autistic?
commitment is thou shalt think. Ayn Rand. The reason why that the police can't get people to sign up is because you, the new, the old, and the young cops can and do not think through what you are doing. That's why you can't get people to sign up. People are seeing your policies, procedures, and protocols, and they are withdrawing from your oppression. We, the overwhelming majority, refuse to surrender to a despotistic state. Yes, of course, will some still choose? Yes, they will. But we now know that with the majority of people who are in the presence of authority and being arrested, the majority of them, once on video and once a tracking device is attached to them, the overwhelming majority will easily surrender to authority. Yes, of course, some will still run away. Do they need to be chased? No. Can they get away in the digital era? No. So then why chase them? Because you were taught that we are prisoners and that we are your slaves. Once we are deemed a prisoner, there is no length that they will go to capture us and hurt us and abuse us and torture us. And as long as they have a slave catcher policy scribbled down on a piece of paper, and as long as they wear their medals and their stripes, and they consider themselves justified, they will backslap each other as they deem their elements and their demented actions perfectly moral. Yet they are not moral. Even the man who lays his hands on a child or the babe does not justify the action of the cop's response. It is not as simple as two wrongs don't make a right. It's far deeper, oppressive, and evil. The man who lays his hands on a child or the babe will now encounter a series of twisted evil that will tarnish his soul and his humanity for the society he will re-enter. The abuser is not put down a garbage disposal, no. Instead of fixing him, he will be abused for a much longer and deeper level of the abuse that he has done. He will come out of the torture chamber with less morality and more pain and more reasons to abuse a society that not only sanctioned but paid for his abuse. And what about the men who came in with their sirens and their light blazing? What about the men who beat and shackled the abuser from the start? The man who put on the torture cuffs just a little bit tighter because of the black eye that the abuser gave the child. What about him, that man? Surely he will improve as a person because what do we call them? They're heroes, right? Wrong. He is the bad man and he is the worst of them all. How and why? Explain it to me. I will explain it through the book again, Atlas Shrugged, page 1019. To live, a man must hold three things as supreme, ruling values of his life, and they are reason, purpose, and self-esteem. Reason as his only tool of knowledge, purpose as his choice of happiness, which the tool must process to achieve, self-esteem as his invalid certainty in his mind. He is competent to think in his person is worthy of happiness, which means he's worthy of living. These values imply and require all of men's virtues, and all of his virtues pertain to the relation of the existence and consciousness, rationality, independence, integrity, honesty, justice, productiveness, and pride. And this was written by Ayn Rand almost 100 years ago. Any ex-cop who's reading this just sat up in their bed and they just put their hands on their head and said, Eureka, that's why I'm unhappy. After 30 years of service, that's why I'm miserable. That's why you're miserable, exactly. Abusing the abuser did not build your character, create or feed your virtue. There's no productiveness in abusing another person, no matter what they have done, no matter how black that kid.
Hold on a second. Is that, we have Kaiser de Castro back here?
You fucking pigs, what are you doing?
Why are you, how are you?
Fucking scum.
Wait a second. I thought you were locked up. How are you even out? Why, is that?
No,
is that a jail cell with a ceiling fan? Did you somehow get a?
You fucking pigs! You're fucking disgraceful.
How did you get out? Pizer de Castro.
Donations.
You got so much donations that they just fucking let you out?
Hundreds of thousands. Paul, you should do it. It's a new grift.
Do what?
Just ride your motorbike, flip off the cops, fuck the pigs, by the way.
Right.
And fuck the judge and the magistrate. Please send me money.
And the state of and the feds and pretty much everyone in uniform. Fuck everyone. They're all pigs. We're solving the problems. We're saving.
I got you now. I got you now, pig. I got you now.
You know we made a deal, right, boy? You're gonna continue to rub these toes.
I'm an attorney. I'm a lawful.
Wait, you're an attorney now? I knew you were a constitutional law scholar, but now you got more credentials while you were locked up for 2 weeks. You became an attorney?
Oh yeah, I read all the books and all the donations got me through law school now, and now I'm an attorney.
So you went to law school within 2 to 3 weeks of being locked up, and paid. You not only paid to get out, you paid to become an attorney.
I got you on film, you fucking pig scum slime.
Man, why are you doing this to me?
Please bail me out. I'm dying in here. Fuck.
Don't break down, Chili.
You're not out. It's just a really high level cell that he's in. He has a ceiling fan and a couch.
What's that chant? What's that chant you started, Chili? Come on, man. Give us the chant.
Fuck you, pigs. You're fucking scum.
All right. Well, Mr. DeCastro is obviously sorry for what he just said and what he did. Not only just there right now, but also like a couple weeks ago. He's really sorry about that. He's an activist. He means well, Your Honor. He means well. I think that's going to conclude the Zoom court for the day. Mr. Brian O'Shea, do you have any thoughts? I got to thank Keith Tomlinson too. Thank you, Mr. Tomlinson, for your contribution. I'm not going to be homeless this week. That's good news.
Nothing wrong with being homeless.
No, that's all right.
To each his own, right, Paul?
Yeah. Whatever. It's cool. I'm cool with it.
Right.
You guys are cool.
All right, cool. It's all cool.
You guys are cool.
Brian O'Shea, you got any words for Pizer de Castro while he's still locked up in a very high level, high class cell? They seem to be treating him well despite everything else going on. Great stuff, Brian.
Yeah, great stuff, Pizer. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think O'Shea's a little still pissed about the stomach thing and the like you doing him. He doesn't like that.
Oh, he's hurt. He's giving us he's giving you guys the silent treatment.
Yeah, the cold shoulder. I can feel that.
Yep. He's getting smarter.
I don't know. It's not really the best for doing a broadcast, especially when he's restreaming. He could be given more right now. Like he could be talking buttered sausage.
Let's talk about your cable ace award.
Let's talk about buttered sausage. Talk about where it comes from. What you doing? Get it out of my What about buttered sausage?
Not your jam. It's not your thing. You don't like it?
Not my jam. I don't buy jam. I buy honey, and I kiss it on the lips.
You got anything, O'Shea? Anything? You are a comedian. This is a live broadcast.
Let you work your magic. You guys are fucking
You're
hilarious.
saying you're passive aggressive and gross, and you're way less funny when you do this, whatever this is. This depressed resentment of yours. They're saying you're basically slow state if he was 20 years older.
Gary Busey. Classic.
Learning to dress and undress themselves is something most mentally retarded children can do. Even the more difficult dress, tying a bow knot in a shoelace. can usually be taught to button and unbutton a coat or dress. It requires patience, of course. But patience is the key to all successful teaching, just as persistence and repetition of effort are the keys to successful
Coming
Did you hear that, Brian? Repetition and persistence are keys to learning and success, especially for the mentally retarded. Nothing. Okay. All right. You know what? Let's just finish off the DeCastro situation. He needs more DeCastro. I think everyone could use a little more DeCastro. He's speaking for all of us. He's a voice for the voiceless and the defenseless right now. It's going to be okay, DeCastro. Another 140 days. You'll be out of there. It'll go by quick, especially if you keep your mind occupied. Just keep yourself
Come on, Chili.
focused.
Get that chant going. Get that chant going. We'll follow.
There is no integrity in torturing the abuser. Justice will not and is not done by hurting the abuser of the boy. You, the man, who may feel some temporary satisfaction by doing it to the abuser, later in life, you'll be a bag of bones and a bag of scars. The kid got no justice. What does the kid want as far as justice? Fix the abuser. Not for you or for me, for the observer, for the kid. More likely than not, the kid loves the abuser. Justice would be not abusing the abuser, but the opposite, treating the abuser with empathy and inclusion. The exact opposite to what it's done. Fixing the kid's broken spirit. Regardless of whether or not the family can be glued back together, if the kid wants the glass glued back together, the cop doing what he does not make the cop virtuous or whole. What the cop does brings him 1,000 miles from virtue. The cop goes back out onto the street with nobody looking over his shoulder, with an anger and hatred for all of us in the world except for those who wear a badge, and will then repeat another mantra that we've heard so much more. Unless you've done the job, you just don't understand. Okay, Mr. Copper. Okay, whatever you think to turn off your mind and follow orders and hurt people, you're not building your own virtue. You did nothing to change the slave catching system because you didn't want to ruin the loot that you grifted, unearned, and undeserving. You have no virtue because you traded them for favors that you didn't earn. You never questioned of the things that you have done and what that could be done differently because you're only worried about yourself, your loot, your profit, and what you could get as long as you just followed orders. Without question. Without question means without thinking. A man who does not question does not think and therefore has not purpose. A man without purpose is the most dangerous man in the world. If that man wants to know what he should think, he'll have to ask his boss. And that's what the cops are. That is why I called them PIGs for so long. I'll not say it anymore publicly. You'd have to read and become educated to the virtues of living to understand. Quote me out of context and I'll understand why. The big money interests of the system are on the line. They're in peril. Their livelihood depends on validating the need for torture cuffs and never ever ending torture cuffs. Even considering shackle people with their arms behind their back and chains. The torture cuff companies are multi-billion-dollar companies. Enterprises. It's an officer safety issue. Who said? Well, that's what was said by the Supreme Court in 1967 with Earl Warren and Hugo Boss, both being white supremacists. And that's the system we live in now, that officer safety is more important than our rights, our freedom, our dignity, our standard of living. Could we change the torture cuffs? Absolutely. Could we go to a facial recognition system and an air tag that tracks people? Absolutely. But that would mean changing the multi-billion-dollar torture.
Wait a second. Did DeCastro just fucking on the back of all this whining and crying and grifting himself while calling other people grifters? Did he just throw New World Order propaganda right on the end of that? Could we go to a face scanning social credit air tag system? Yeah, we could. But that's going to take some change. Like, what? There's no way. Penile Power, did you just hear that? There's no way he just said that. I swear, they say Snaffly Snaps is retarded. I know why they say that, and I've got the same impression. But I get a vibe off all these people the first day I meet them, and I go, something's up. Like when you meet someone on the street, I don't care what you're involved in, what you're doing, you catch a vibe coming off of them. And then sure enough, weeks, months later down the line, it's confirmed what that vibe is. And I catch this vibe off all these people I've dealt with on here that they're very agenty. And then I go, Paulie boy, that's your sob sit paranoia. See, they have me gaslit from the beginning of time, right? Since from the beginning of me popping out of my mama's stink hole, right? They've had me gaslit to where I think I'm paranoid when I get an intuition about folks. And I go, okay, this must be my fear, my trust issues, my insecurities, my paranoia. I put it to the side. And then they do and say shit like this. Like in one moment, they drop something and I go, I don't know, man. It's like in combination with everything else you're saying and doing and what you're not saying and doing and how like you bring me in, kick me out kind of thing, which is what it seems to be. It's like bring them in, kick them out. You know, I'm not good on camera, apparently. I'm not good on stages and cameras and other places. Like, you know, the last time I was together with DeCastro and he had me over there, I wound up crying because, like, you know, I have the same burden on my heart that I want to believe the rest of these folks do, but I just don't see it. I just don't see it and feel it from them. It seems like all their lingo is some kind of appeal, like political appeal, right? Like, so, you know, there's times where I get in the room with these folks and I catch a vibe from them that they're kind of agenty. And then I look past that and I go, hey, bro, we're all men here. We're all Americans. We all should know what we need to do. And we should all observe the contractual fascism and the status and standing and the record and all the rest of it. It's kind of like this and that, you know, so I can't do the read from a script. I can't do the political emotional appeal. I can't do the anything but speak directly from my heart at this point, you know, and I like it that way. And I've practiced being that way just as a person, you know? So I don't know, man, when they throw in, hey, we could have face scanning, air tag tracking systems, but that's going to take some change. I go, well, how are you a constitutional law scholar? How are you even a Republican? How are you a conservative? How are you anything other than apparently a plant to get everybody like invested back in this system or off some right-wing statute policy and code bent, right? It's like these folks can't be. See, I like to chalk up the hypothesis to most people are just incompetent, right? They just can't see what I'm seeing and can't understand it. Even if they wanted to, they don't want to, and they couldn't if they wanted to. But then I go, they don't seem that dumb. These seem like pretty intelligent people. They seem like pretty ambitious people. They're fairly successful in their life. It seems like they don't want to observe what I'm saying and the other dynamics because other things are just too convenient, profitable, or are part of what they're a part of, right? There's some structure or system I'm not aware of potentially behind the scenes where we do just enough to get folks to buy in, give you shit, follow what you're not saying to do, right? The non-solutions. And then just kind of draw attention away from other folks, maybe like myself and others who are living a different walk, do have some answers, do have some firsthand experience, aren't just like conflating private and public jurisdiction, you know, filming the cops and then interfering with their roadside behavior when you know damn well the person they stopped is under contract, or at least you should. That's why they have the license, registration, insurance, tags, and the rest of it, and they're going to be governed by the code, which would be advisory to man and woman on the land, but essentially becomes compulsory once you agree and sign the paperwork that you're going to follow those statute, policy, and code, or else you're going to be charged. So
too much anxiety for him.
Say again?
It's too much anxiety for him.
Yeah, it's too much to consider and have to incorporate into your understanding, and too much to leave behind. And then also there's too little, right? Like they've told me all directly or indirectly, Paulie boy, there's really no market and livelihood in rights and freedom and principles and jurisdiction, right? Unless you're going to sell papers and sell people a dream and try to tell them that you have the paperwork that's going to get them out of everything. I mean, when that video that I did with Valdez got over 5 to 10 million views on one website, I was getting hit up every other day. We want that paperwork. We want that paperwork. Could you just sell us some paperwork? And I had folks who were collecting around me who started trying to manage me. And I had to let them all know, listen, I ain't going to listen to you. I ain't letting you manage me. And I ain't going to do anything outside of my principles and values and what I know to be true. So I don't really believe that I can save other people or that I have all the answers for them at court. I'm lucky if I can manage my own affairs and effectuate a result. I'm not going to promise people like DeCastro and the rest with a trifold that if they buy a piece of paper from me, they're going to have a key that unlocks some door into a new way of beingness, right? That's the quickest way for me at that time, and it still remains. That's the quickest and easiest way to destroy one's reputation and credibility. I don't care if you make $1 million fucking dollars off selling papers. At the end of the day, these folks are going to try to use it and try to become something and try to effectuate it, and they're going to believe you have the answers. And when it doesn't go how their faithless little heart thinks it should go, they're going to turn their back on you and say, why the fuck did you sell me this crap? Why did you make me believe you had all the answers and that this paperwork was going to get me out of trouble? You got to come correct with people. You got to shoot straight and say, I don't have the answers. If you do this walk, you got to have a conviction in your heart. That's where it begins and ends. The rest of it's going to be standing on that in paperwork form. If you can't get that done and surrender in faith that you might not win at court and you might go to jail, well, then you shouldn't be doing this. It's not for you. Go work at the local hardware store. Go pay your slave tax. Go vote and hope that it gets better. This is for a certain type of individual who's got nothing left to live for, essentially. If they don't have their rights and their standing and their status as a man and their actualization and realization, this type of person doesn't want to live in this life. It's for that type of person who just doesn't feel at home here, doesn't feel complete or fulfilled, isn't quite themselves until they get on record as something beyond what everyone else has been doing, which is nonsense. You can call it egotistical and narcissistic. I don't accept it. It's a being with enough care for themselves and their future to do and be what they believe is true and right. That's what we need right now. That's what we've needed from the beginning of time. So it's going to take a special kind of a person to walk this walk who really wants to get something out of it other than what the world has to offer with the five senses, right? Just like it has been from the beginning of time. You want to talk about the Christed being? That's all that being was. A being who was not at home here and not fulfilled until he was on record as something other than the rest of the Babylonian slaves and their nonsensical system. So, beyond that, death is just a transition. So, of course, we know psychologically most folks will not become that because death is all obviating, disempowering for the individual. They can't get past the idea of going to a box or being killed. So they're never going to actualize or realize. They're always going to be doing what they're told to do from cradle to grave. Right? That's how this thing works.
Don't be a victim.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? In order to do this and continue on with faith, you have to see it as there's nothing formed for a man to experience that wasn't meant for him to experience. It doesn't mean I like going to jail, doesn't mean I want to, but if and when it happens, and when it has happened, I don't play the victim, I don't whine and cry. It's part of the mission statement. It's like saying you're going to go to war and expect not to catch bullets. It don't work that way. When you sign up to go to war, it's in your mind that you're going to have to kill or die and deal with the consequences. If not, don't go.
If you work outside, it might rain on you.
That's it. That's the only thing we're here to learn, man. As beings of conscious and awareness and some kind of heart-based, values or conscience that's kind of put there. We don't get what we want here. We get what we need if we try, right? Like the song says. So what folks want, just like what I want, is really not much concern to me or to others or this system. What you're going to do and be and what you're not going to do and be is when you will get the attention and the respect. Respect just means a second look. So the talking doesn't matter. Your fucking paperwork doesn't matter as much as who and what you are in your heart, because the paperwork extends off of that, not the other way around. Your fucking job, your bullshit position, your salary with your fucking third of a tax going to your own enslavement and genocide doesn't fucking matter to me or anyone else. What's done to your ass because you don't want to comply with this doesn't matter. What matters to you because you're in a material form and you live a fear-based reality. So you say, well, I'll do anything I have to do to secure my survival, even if that means cutting myself off from faith and thriving, right? That's the paradox. In order to survive here, you have to become a slave. That's the mindset. So what good is surviving here if you have to be a slave anyway? It's a fate worse than death.
What would you say is the proper behavior to have? Like you see how Chile gets carried away, this guy in New York and the subway gets carried away. What's the proper behavior to you?
what you saw with me and Valdez and maybe a couple other times in the past. If it wasn't proper, I wouldn't have done it. You know, I didn't get uppity with them. I don't get belligerent and combative with them. There's a couple times I have in a way, because again, it's hard to be in this forum and look at other folks and know their journey and not be judgmental. You know, I could call it discernment, but it comes.
They're getting tripped up by their behavior. That's all you're seeing is people getting tripped up. They're tripping themselves up by their behavior.
Yeah, when you see that guy outside the Colorado courthouse, even both of them. I mean, you got, you know, it's like Laurel and Hardy. You know, it's so comical and tragic that it almost pulls that ego and that pride out of you, where you go, listen, I could tell when you walked up by looking at you, you have nothing to offer. You could say that I'm judgmental and that I'm arrogant. That's not the case. I've just read you. You know, you can just read people sometimes, the way that they look around, the way that their light in their eyes is there or not, the way that they stand, their body language. You know, I don't like to judge a book by its cover, but it's hard not to look at somebody and get a reading. So by the time they open their mouth and say 3 or 4 stupid, foolish things, it's already proven. You know, so when they want to try to take power over me and govern me, and I'm beyond them in conscious and awareness, it's hard to not take it as an insult to your intelligence. Because you know these people are just purely dysfunctional, egotistical, prideful folks, and that's why they pull you into that. You start to mirror that. Because, again, Plato said, you wind up being governed by your inferiors. These are folks who can barely talk. They could barely think. You know, they could barely consider a concept without getting into their feelers and then spitting out something that's nonsensical. So when you have someone like that with a goofy uniform on, with a big hat, looking like a clown, with a big stick hanging down, and they're going to try to tell me something about me in life, it's absurd. It's beyond absurdity. And they know just by looking at me just the same way back, I can tell that they're outmatched, they're outclassed. That's why they huff and puff and they spin in circles and they walk off, because they're insecure in their internal grounding and the informational grounding of what they're saying and doing. They know they don't know enough of what they need to know. They know they don't really have the experience. They know that they're not in congruence with the courts. They just make determinations all day that are thrown out, and there's never any consequence. So it doesn't have to matter to them. They don't have to care. So when I look at them and I see a being who automatically I can tell has no care within them and doesn't live by truth, and then wants to talk down to me in some ignorant, arrogant fashion, it activates you as a man, right? And then you have to remind them, hey, loser, you're nothing without that uniform. And with that uniform, you're just a poor example of what we're not supposed to be in life, right? How we're not supposed to serve the public and man and woman who employ us. And, you know, they can argue, they don't know it, but even if they did, they could argue, well, everyone pays in, everyone signs the contracts, everybody's asking for this, right? But when I tell you what the foundation of law is and philosophy is and what makes common sense, and you won't observe that, I know that you're a troglodyte cretin. I know that you're a low-life being, right? You're not connected to higher order thought. You're just a placeholder, right? So again, we should practice as much as possible being compassionate. I know that word, when we look at it, obviously means with passion.
Paul, your internet connection is like bogging. It's like glitching. Your freeze.
That's you.
Sometimes. Is it? Okay.
That's you.
You know what? I'm gonna let you guys talk. I'm gonna wait. So, bye, guys.
All right, Joshua. I appreciate you. That was him, right?
So, hey, Paul. So the plight that you have, like, so when you have this knowing and you found yourself, you know what you have, and you have you're in control of your like internal being. It's hard for you to navigate in the real world because everyone pisses you off pretty much, right? It's like it's for me, like when I kind of came to when I found the truth and all this other shit, it's like I became a little angry and I wanted to share it with people, but I found that it just like when you just can't really get through to some people, so it's like an uphill battle, and it just seems like it could just be frustrating, and so it's hard to navigate in the real world with a bunch of like NPCs or people that just don't get it. And so does it cause you to like even not even want to go out and be a part of society?
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's part of it. But then it's like there's a certain aspect of you where you can kind of settle on, you know, the idea that on some level you're here to lead, or you're here to help, or you're here to show the truth that can benefit not only you but others. So, you know, if you're not in a wanting, desirous state, then you're not going to create your own suffering, because you can just share who and what you are in the truth and then surrender the rest in faith. It's when we expect to get a result or an outcome and it doesn't happen that we act out. Right. So if I know who and what I am and what I'm not, and I know how this world works and conscious and awareness and what the probabilities are, well, then who's the fool if I go out to the courthouse and expect anything to actually get done that day? Like the odds are way on the other side of improbable that anybody's going to be able to observe what's objectively true and what's right, or even wish to observe their own codes or their own laws. They're just there to get a check. They're just there to have some status and some power and be part of something. They're just there to be able to write their own story on the back of their book cover once they become an accomplished author for writing one book. You get what I'm saying? It's all a false self, egotistical, prideful state of beingness that they're all in. So who's the fool if I know me and I know them and I go into it expecting them to look at their mistakes, to look at their faults, to look at where the truth is that they've been falling short on? I'd have to be the biggest fool in the world to think that the egotistical, prideful folks in and of this world are going to look at the eternal truth because I presented it. Right? The Christed being couldn't do it. What makes me think that I'm going to be able to do it? So ultimately, it doesn't even come down to saving them, Captain Save-A-Ho, trying to save the broken hoes who don't even want to know the truth, let alone look at it and can't comprehend it half the time. You have to just do it for you. Right? I'm doing whatever I'm doing for me. That's why I say be selfish to be selfless. Because if we start doing this shit for everyone else, we get frustrated. We say, come on, get with it. The fuck? I'm wasting all my time, energy, attention here, and you guys ain't doing X, Y, Z. It's very Talcottian, right? You know? So folks want to claim to be selfless and be living their whole life for other people and wonder why they're in bitterness, resentment, frustration, lack of results. I don't live that way. You know, I do what the fuck I do for me to secure who and what I am and my karma and my legacy and all the rest of it on record and be remembered. Because I do it for me, I could do it for everyone else. If that makes sense, right? Because folks, there's really no teaching here. Folks are going to look at you, they're going to admire something, and then they're going to try to acquire it to be something to equalize with who and what you are in the world before we leave out of here. So that's all the teaching is, right? We acquire what we admire and we leave the rest. So we teach by showing, right? Not really by telling. And again, most folks, if you can show them and they can't understand it, well, then telling them ain't going to make it any better. Most of the time we learn by what is shown to us. Maybe I'm just that kind of learner. There's different kind of learners, right? But I was always the kind of person, don't tell me 10 different steps and then send me out in the field. Give me the tools, walk me out there, show me one time, I'll do it, and then we're good to go. There's no point in drilling an information over and over again that I'm not, you know, accepting or taking in anyway, right? So yeah, man, I think it's a practice. Like I've said, enlightenment is not a state of attainment, it's a practice. You know, and the practice is to retain your beingness through all the tests and challenges that the world has to offer. That is the practice. So while I may not want to go out into the world at times and do certain things, I understand I have to, because that's what keeps me in my practice. The practice doesn't matter if you only do it out in the middle of the forest with no body. The practice is only valuable when you take it back to the world and you're under tests and challenges and you respond differently. You can account differently, right?
Yeah.
That's what makes it worthy.
And your testament is like planting the seed and sharing your information and the walk that you've had to inspire other people. Because a lot of other people have to be out in the world and deal with all these fucking people. And so like I found like there was like a level to it. So it's like you get anger, you're bitter, and then you're like sad for the world and just like you want to change it, but then you kind of feel helpless. And it's like when you feel helpless because people won't listen or understand what I guess you just have to surrender, like you're saying. You just have to.
You got to go back to God, man. We ain't God.
Yeah.
We don't get to decide who gets what on what time that we know they should have. Right? That would defeat the purpose of this experience. So we got to just step back and check ourselves and go, we're not God. We're not here to decide what happens by the end of the day. We're only here to control ourselves, our thoughts, emotions, actions, inactions, and our responses to life on life's terms. The rest of it cannot be decided. It can't be controlled. And seeking to control what can't be controlled will only generate suffering and frustration and resistance for the observer, experiencer. So, yeah, it's just about recognition of those dynamics. Taking a step back from what's happening to see the bigger picture.
Yeah, I feel like every time or anytime or in my walk, the only time that I truly made an impact on people around me was just because I was doing it. Like I wasn't speaking or talking about shit. I was leading by example. So it didn't matter what anyone else was doing. I was crushing it or just being the best version of me. And it starts to it spreads. It's like it's a beautiful thing. And then people look at you and they're like, oh shit, he's doing it. Like, instead of me telling people what to do, I just did it. And that's when people will follow you as a leader, because it's action. It's what you're doing. It's just not what you're saying.
It's like the best business owner comes in earliest and leaves the latest. And all the time through the day, he's doing all the positions of the job. That's a good business owner, not somebody who sits on the side, comes in at noon, tells everybody what they should do, and they never see you working. That's a shitty business owner. They're never going to be successful. So when you see a motherfucker who owns the business, who's making all the money, supposedly there earliest, leaving the latest, and you watch him fill all the positions in between, it motivates you. It inspires you. And you also learn by proxy what needs to be done around there. And then you start to fill positions, right? That's how you generate more value and purpose. It's a feedback loop. So, then the owner sees you doing what he's doing and you see what he's doing. And now you kind of inspire each other, right? You kind of co-create with each other. You fill positions with each other. So that's all that is. The best teaching is done through leadership, which makes talking superfluous or more than what's necessary. So again, when DeCastro and all the rest of these folks want to get on the jail phone and do all this yakking, time for that is over, bro. You got to live this. You got to do and be what's in your heart, what you know is true and what's right. And then when the time comes to sit down, you surrender it. I know it's easier said than done, but it's life on life's terms. You ain't going to say nothing from the jail phone that's going to change anybody's fucking mind. What's going to change people's mind is them watching you do that fucking time, do the paperwork if necessary, present at court properly, get some fucking results, or just do the time and pop out better than you went in. This is a long game, man. Folks forget that. It's a long game.
I think one of the best parts about my bad. Go ahead, JG. What did he say?
You got it. I got my shit out.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think one of the best things about the last time I was did some time, which was the longest I had ever done. I guess you could call a little bid that I did, 120, I think it was, total. I realized, the best thing I did was say to those around me trying to help, including the one who popped me out, just let it be, just let it be. I'm still trying to figure out what this whole legal system is. And I don't think paying a bunch of money to somebody pretending to help me is going to help anything. So just let it be. And it turned out, I think, to help me ultimately in more ways than actually not so much in the sense of I probably could have gotten out sooner, I'm sure, because it was bullshit, but anyway, probation violation bullshit. Once you're on those contracts, though, you know what I mean? You don't know what to expect unless you know exactly what you signed into, which of course I didn't, like most. So I get the feeling.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be some.
I get that feeling.
There has to be some transition in the consciousness at some points throughout the day, or the week, the month, the life, where you just accept that whatever it is that you're experiencing is meant for you and your growth and development. You don't fight it. You don't resist it. There's no point, right? It's like, especially if you're not creating from a negative place. Like, it's one thing if you're out, like I was at one point, running around with low lives, doing behavior that was, unethical, harming myself or others, involved in drugs, killing myself slowly, or rather quickly. When you go to jail for shit like that, you're ashamed. You're guilty. You don't feel okay about yourself and why you're there. If you're standing, quote unquote, for rights and freedom and principles and a conviction you have, and you're not hooked on drugs, what's the problem? You're going to go and do time, and you're just going to have to deal with boredom. And that's going to give you skills and tools on how to make something out of nothing, which is invaluable skill and ability. If you can sit around and create, right, or just be and be at peace, or when you're not at rest, be co-creative or productive, or stay active to not let your mind kind of wander and drift from whatever purpose and meaning the bigger picture is. It's an invaluable skill and ability to learn. Most folks get taken out in the free world by their comfort, by their laziness, by their lack of vision and purpose and meaning, and ability to stay active. So, yeah, if you can, at some points, if you find yourself at jail, just transition to, I must be here for a reason. Same way you would in any situation. There must be a reason why I'm having this experience. What could I get out of this experience and use this experience for to make me better? So again, jail could be a blessing for a motherfucker. The scary part about it is, and I don't like to talk about it or admit it, if they put me in jail right now for a 180, I'd probably be somewhat better off than I am now out here, because it would force me to give up all bad habits. It would force me to fully care more about myself and my routine and my habits. It would force me to have no interaction impediments other than my faith, my practice, my purpose, my routine. I don't like saying that. It sounds kind of pathetic and embarrassing, but that's the reality of it. And when I'm being honest with myself and I look around at others, I go, I can't really see much of a difference between me and them. A lot of us at times, we need a break. You need to be forced to get away from all the interactions, interferences, impediments, stimuli, addictions, deleterious habits, and jail will do that for you. Any kind of retreat or isolation or separation from the rest of the world and what's going on forces you to have to reprioritize and refocus and repent and all the rest of it. So how many folks do you really think are doing that? They got all the will and the ego for when they're getting money and they're getting views and all the rest of it. When shit's hot, it's hot. But how much of that time do you think when they're in that mode are they taking for introspection and reflection? Are they taking for isolation? They ain't. So it's no wonder to me when the universe decides to let you sit down for a 180, because you just did the last 3 to 5 years running off ego, pride, numbers, money, all the rest of that shit. And there's another side to that. So, I'm highly aware of that, which is why I keep myself in the forest at times, which is why I even tell her, listen, there might be times over the year or whatever that I may do a couple weeks or a couple months with just me and nobody else. Because the alternative of not focusing on that need inside of me to isolate, to be introspective and reflective and refocus and have my spiritual faith practice, the other side to that is if I don't willingly choose that, it's going to be chosen for me. And I'm going to be sat down for a 180 to reprioritize and refocus and recreate and repent and all the rest of the shit that I'm not doing when I have all these other distractions, people, places, and things, beliefs about what needs to happen next, other folks with beliefs on me of what I need to do next. Because it's very subtle, for me, like for my chemistry, living with people, being around people consistently, there seems to be this subtle thing that happens with me where I need time away at times because I feel folks have expectations of me. Even if it's just to be near me or love me or be attached to me, I need to practice detachment at times. Because if not, it seems it's forced on me. And I'd rather do it by conscious will in times of peace than be forced to do it in times of war, right? Or disconnection. Right? It makes it easier so that if and when those times come, I'm already in that mode, right? I haven't got too comfortable for my own good. I haven't got too distracted and misdirected for my own good. I haven't got too addicted and codependent for my own good, right? So I just see the value in the practice that you could call it Taoist or Buddhist. It's really just about detachment and refocusing at times and practicing a level of isolation or just depending on you. Focusing on you, your thoughts, emotions, actions, what you can create or not, and then leaving everything else out of the equation. See, that's what will get people around you in normal life to say you're egotistical and narcissistic. Because once you get good at doing time in this body and in this life, you really don't need nothing from anybody else. And that scares the shit out of most people because they're used to living a life where motherfuckers need them and only exist to be in codependency. So it makes them feel like, say again?
That's anxiety.
Yeah.
It freaks them out.
Yeah, and then there's a feedback loop of anxiety because you become aware of other folks' chemistry and you know that they're needy and codependent and they have expectations. And when you practice not living like that, having folks around you who are like that makes you uneasy. You just pick it up off them. You could just read it. You know that they're not where they need to be. They don't have what they need to have. They don't feel complete and whole. And they start transferring that energy of expectation and need onto whoever's in the experience. So
like you.
A lot of this, say again.
Yeah, you imagine you just
a little jab.
You feed yourself. Like there was a point in time where I was very codependent and I needed people around me for validation or whatever else. It was like ego, younger version of myself. And it wasn't until I was on the mountain in a trailer by myself, just with me and my thoughts and like just nature. Like there is something to that, man. It's like you get so introspective and you learn a lot about yourself that you're capable of a lot more and you don't really need, people. You can survive. You can there was just something that happened to me. Like that was my first revelation ever. Like I think it was back in 2015. It was just like, I don't even know how to turn on a generator or do anything. But then I learned what I was capable of without all these affirmations of the external things of society. Like there's so much pressure in this world, whether it's your family, peer pressure all around to be like something. And then there's probably something inside of us that doesn't, maybe you don't want to be all those things everyone else wants you to be or who you are. Like you said your whole life, like you're different. They can't contain you. Like there's just something about you. Like you have this spirit.
Yeah, I have a free spirit is what they call it, right? And I don't want to be tied down. I don't want to be manipulated. I don't want to be misdirected. And I don't want obligations and expectations put on me beyond what's necessary.
And you see through the bullshit. You always have, right? So until you got out of your fog of addiction, now your mind and your heart and your body is more powerful than it's ever been. And then that is something to be said to where you can deal with a lot of criticism from everybody more than anybody. I get a little criticism and it's funny how I, react to it because I'm used to people liking me. But when people start making fun of me, I'm like, I'm not used to that. And that's a new dynamic,
because you
right?
want to be liked. That's the want and the desire is what leads to all suffering oftentimes. Yep. If you just let go of all the wants and the needs to be received, however it is you believe that you wish to or want to, then you can get more comfortable just being as you are and surrendering the care for what it is that other folks are going to receive you as, right? That's been one of the reasons I do this broadcast, so I can be ultimately, authentically me, good, bad, or indifferent, and find a group of folks or call in a group of folks who resonate with me, good, bad, or indifferent. I'm not interested in pretending to be something to have someone or something, right? It's like it becomes the other experience where you start to learn there'll always be people, places, and things and whatever it is available for you. The more that you are what you're meant to be, because one calls in the other, right? So you go from lacking and loss and abandonment or wanton and needy to realizing I am and have everything that I need as a being, and that calls in everything else. You almost flip positions to where then you go, not only am I not like needy and wanton and codependent, I tell folks, go pour that shit back into you. When they're, oh, Paulie boy, I love you. You're such a genius. You're funny. You're the best bride. Get away from all that.
So just like
I got a question for you, Pizer.
Yes, sir.
See, Tommy's saying, you could stay at my apartment. I got an extra room. Now, is that a wise choice to you, or is that a fucking foolish choice?
I mean, that was a nice offer. But I mean, the buyer backed out here, so we're gonna run. I've got like one more year to go, and so I'm all in for what I'm doing. I didn't want to lose this place. I don't think I'm going to. But
JG was desperately hoping you would be completely real and authentic and just say there's no way anybody in their right mind would move in with a little Tommy, knowing that
I would never. I'd live by myself. Anyways. Yeah, I would never live.
I'm just trying to pick your brain here.
Yeah, no, I thought that was, odd and different.
You and I both know that it's not a real offer. It's just a public offer to make him seem like he loves and cares about all people. He doesn't.
Yeah. Well,
what I'm getting at is you're way better off where you are. You're better off homeless than being around somebody like Tom. Well, solitude is power. That's what I'm getting at. Is you figure out how to fucking deal with people.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I had a bunch of I've thought it through. I've had other options. So it's like, if anything, this is just a test. But I decided just to surrender. So if this is not meant to be, and I have to learn another lesson and fail again.
Yeah, there's nothing like the change of when you used to be somebody like myself who would get up every day and look outside of themselves and want to know what everyone else is doing and have to be here where everyone else is and doing this, and going from that to just going, I'm going to do whatever I want or need to do today. And it's not dependent upon anyone else's needs or wants or, activities.
It's the ultimate freedom.
Right.
Yeah,
you know what helped me to get that? Heroin. When you do heroin, you start to care less and less about pretty much anything else going on in life in the world. You just want to go get it, go back home, do it, and then sit there.
Fortunately
so
for me,
I don't advocate people do heroin, by the way.
Pizer, right? You know that's what I know, right?
About what?
Nah, like you're a jerk off. You know that. You know how I feel about you, but I'm still gonna look out for you. So what I'm saying is, like
we talk shit when you're a skater. I was.
There's
a skater.
choices.
Yeah.
There's people you got to stay away from. You can't. You said skater boy. All right, this is getting weird.
Said see you later, boy. He wasn't good enough for him.
Well, no, I mean, I want the best for
What are you
everybody,
doing,
so,
Penal Power?
I'm sorry.
Where are both of you,
dude? Go back to jail, man.
What are you doing,
institutionalized,
what are
man.
both of you doing?
Fucking weirdo.
Have you tried Kratom, Paul? Have you ever tried Kratom, or do you know anything about it?
I don't remember. I might have. I don't believe so. It's possible if I did one time, but
he could probably do a whole bag. He's got a tolerance like a motherfucker.
Red, green, yellow.
Is Daisy May not Sophia? Or am I confused?
Allegedly, she might be. Supposedly.
I don't understand why these folks have to, at every turn, inject Jesus Christ into every fucking interaction and discussion. Really bizarre, obsessive fetish that you guys are into.
Christ, yeah.
How
old are we? I'm fucking 32 years old.
Can we not all talk at the same time? It's really annoying. I'm about to start throwing people out and getting back to clips or just having a conversation with Pizer. I'm not promoting heroin. I just said, come on now, we love you, but please, so many people die from it. I know I was almost one of them twice. I'm not promoting heroin. I was doing a bit of a bit non-bit, and I was pointing out the idea that after doing heroin and getting used to just going to get it and being with myself, when I came off of it, I no longer found myself interested in being part of the crowd, being part of the party, being part of the scene, wanting to go where everyone else is going. I practiced solitude and seclusion for so long and then realized I need to get me together that I just stopped caring about what everyone else was doing or being because it was a detriment to me. So again, I'm not promoting heroin. I have a bit of a morbid sense of humor. I've been through a lot, and that's my way of coping with it. I use humor. Okay? Presuming I even need to cope. Like, I'm not thankful and grateful for my dark past that you're scared of now. If it wasn't for my dark past, I wouldn't be who I am now and on a path to whatever I'm becoming. So I'm thankful and grateful for all the things that scare you that you think I was supposed to avoid, that I understand on some highest level was meant for me. No other way to see it.
He's an audiologist.
Right. I'm an audiologist. I play a doctor online, and I have a morbid sense of humor. I feel so distressed. I'm scared of this shit happening. I don't know what that means. Scared of what happening? Why are you choosing fear as a response or a reaction to life on life's terms? How does that benefit you?
She's a newbie, huh?
I am a single mom. I am very aware. I am blessed enough to know what's going on in our world. Okay. Once we, quote unquote, know what's going on in our world, then what? What do we do after that?
What is she doing here? What's happening here?
We're doing fellowship, JB. I don't know what the fuck to do. Okay. We can find some service or some activity to do, generate value, trade in your baseless fiat coupons for some assets, hard assets. Correct your status and standing in the record so that you're a man or woman of the people on record and not a United States citizen slave. Grow some food, get some land, become self-sustainable. Hierarchy of needs, right? I know this is going to piss off Jack.
Have a daddy. You came to the right place. Listen.
Right. Yeah, so this is going to piss off Jack Talcott, but hierarchy of needs, number one is like physiological, biological. So everyone seemingly has to work or create something or do an activity, serve something to create value regularly, and then secure your existence, your rights, your values, your principles, your property. I know that this is going to be like shocking and scary, but maybe even have sex, make love. That's something you could do in between, getting your life together, putting yourself on record. You can co-create. That's one of the aspects of co-creation, making love. Her, I don't know. I'd have to see her. Maybe from behind with her. Yeah, doggy style with her. Yeah. I'd have to see her up close and personal, that I can tell her which way I would like to have her. But please, JG, this is a family broadcast. I was just speaking of adult issues.
Please, please.
All right, JG, please.
Well, I mean, it's kind of
you're an amazing man.
Like you're always talking about good sense. The questions people throw out, it's like, how old are you? Don't
okay,
didn't
JG,
you figure out you go to bed early, you eat well. Like they're
what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Do you believe the other knock you are real? Do you realize that we are literally looking forward to being literally enslaved physically? Huh?
Schizophrenic.
That's you.
That's you.
That's him.
Hold on, I need to.
Well, we all have schizophrenia.
Right. Your first step is to breathe. Your first step is to check your fear. Your first step is to go into a faithful space. Your first step is to focus on what you can do and be and create to enrich your life and fulfill yourself and actualize and realize, and then practice surrendering the rest.
Oh.
It's so crazy. Are you talking about me? Yeah. Yes, we're talking. I thought I was talking to you, not about you. You want to just come up here? We could just have this conversation from not a chat box. AG, please. It's really fucking riled up today. JG's got like a
I'm not even riled up, man. I am fucking frustrated with human beings like what you're talking about.
Remember when JG was doing this like one
jerk offs
thing?
all around me? I'm working for jerk offs. I got to deal with jerk off fucking people in this town.
This is the world.
It never stops. But what am I gonna do? Control my behavior.
Do a kickflip, JG.
They can learn to feed themselves.
Next
and
week.
Taught to avoid the common hazards of normal daily living. The intelligence level of the custodial retarded is so low that they cannot be taught even
What's this clown doing here? What's your indirect diss
As a
here?
result, they must be attended to by others throughout their entire lifespans. Fortunately, only about 3 out of every 100 of all mentally retarded people are so classified. Really,
It's fucking retarded.
small percentage.
Right, that's you.
A mentally retarded person
That's
may
you.
be of any
Yeah.
age. An infant,
That's you.
a young child,
Adult.
a teenager,
Show the adult.
or a young adult.
Nah,
And many even live to be quite elderly.
that guy's
In fact,
retarded.
Thanks to medical science,
It's crazy.
more and more of the mentally retarded are enjoying
That's
normal lifespans. Those with physical disabilities may not be too seriously handicapped, so that only one.
That's you.
That's who.
That's so sad.
That's who. You see, you guys are indirect.
Let's talk about your cable ace award.
Let's talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage. Where it comes from. What is it doing? Get it out of my face. What about buttered sausage?
I can't laugh at this.
That's not your jam. It's not your thing. You don't like it?
It's not my jam. I don't buy jam. I buy
Gary
honey.
Busey's the
and I
fucking
kiss it on
man.
the lips.
All right, it's pure insanity here. Where do we go? Where what were we
That's
saying?
you.
What was happening?
You make it insane.
I did that?
I don't know. Where's Brian O'Shea? Hold on.
Flow
Here goes
Busey.
Pfizer again.
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
You
you're right.
guys
Slow
fucking-
State does look like Gary Busey. In about another 20 years, that's going to be him. Let's talk about buttered sausage.
You guys are fucking cool. Oh.
What it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it
Yeah,
out of my
where'd
face.
Brian go?
What about
Buttered?
buttered sausage?
That's
Why
not your
Brian
jam.
run?
It's not your thing. You don't like it?
It's not my jam. I don't buy jam. I buy honey and I kiss it on the lips.
Let's see that. Where's Brian O'Shea?
Yeah, why did he run?
Yeah.
He was kind of quiet today.
All right, we got to move on, man. We got other things here. We never even finished the castrated video. We got to go to the FBI. FBI served subpoenas at Dalton Village Hall. They're investigating the locals. And we're going to start locking people up. Q anus style. Storm coming.
First on WGN, we have breaking news from the South.
Breaking news.
Thursday.
Slaves are in trouble.
On WGN, we have breaking news from the South suburbs. WGN Investigates has confirmed the FBI right now is carrying out a raid of Dalton Village Hall. It comes after months of WGN Investigates reporting on questionable conduct by Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard, who also serves as the Thornton Township Supervisor. The FBI now confirming in a statement that the FBI was conducting court-authorized law enforcement activity in that area today. There is no further information available for release at this time. We understand from witnesses at the scene who were trying to conduct business at Dalton Village Hall today that they were turned away this afternoon when a group of plainclothes FBI agents at about 2:15 this afternoon entered Village Hall. We don't know what they're searching for or how long their search will take. We also don't know whether or not other court-authorized searches are taking place at other locations. We can tell you that Tiffany Henyard has been the focus of scrutiny for many months now for spending as well as transparency. You'll recall that a group of trustees opposed to Tiffany Henyard recently hired former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot, who's also a former federal prosecutor, to come in and investigate not only the village's finances, but other alleged transgressions. While we've been reporting on the questionable spending under Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard, which include first-class travel, trips at the taxpayer's expense, meals, and more, we don't know what the FBI investigates.
Right. Remember when I told you folks, Financial Crimes Division, FinCEN? Turns out every United States citizen slave and every man and woman on the land can like use paperwork to activate the feds and get them to investigate locals and states, state officials, because they're transferring property constantly and they're not paying taxes on it. We don't have to pay taxes. They do. They're in a public capacity. So, you know, I'm not like telling anybody what they should do, but just be aware that part of the system is you can activate federal agencies to investigate locals and states for their corruption. JG, are you signing for the deaf people out there?
Good observation, Paul. Yes, I am.
All right, JG, filling a position here, signing for all the deaf slaves out there. Can you give me the sign for slave? What's the sign for slave for the deaf people? Oh, that's okay. That makes sense. Thoughts? Pizer de Castro?
I think JG is gay.
Right. I think we can all agree on that.
Here we go with the gay gaslighting manipulation.
What do
you
mean,
don't like
yeah?
pussy. You don't like boobies.
That's you.
You like cock.
I think that's you.
You will listen. Mind control.
Well, no, I have a song, a rap it's literally called "I Ain't Gay," so I'm definitely not gay.
Pfizer, you make life gay. Like a buddy, love a buddy. Hey, it's JG here, and everybody's saying I'm gay. But I've been getting pussy since the late 90s. I love vagina, but one thing I learned is, hey, it's better to keep to yourself, JG. You know why? Because bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. They're crazy, all right? Solitude's better. All right, you figure out life. You figure out this fucking crazy place you're in.
He is constantly in his feelers. You don't hear him?
You like Talcott? Fuck that. You like Lou Matami? Fuck that. You like Paul? Nah, I'm gonna be me. Alright? I get pussy once a year. That's how I like it. Alright? I like my steak well done. That's how I like it.
You get to receive what you receive. I know what I'm offering. And I'm offering. Well,
keep it going, JG. This is great.
I don't know.
I'm muted.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Talcott.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got the stage here, JG. Welcome to the stage.
All right, relax. Relax. We got to get back to the news situation. We got Amazon.
Hard with my
all right, please, all retards, relax. All retards, please come back to center.
Thank you, GG, for that astounding report. Back to you, W. Unslaved is.
My name's Pi Neal, and I like to be institutionalized because I get fucked.
I'm muting you now. I'm taking liberties and muting. You're not listening. You're not responding to my commands.
Why are you muting?
You're unresponsive to my commands.
Why?
25th letter.
All right, plowing ahead here.
Amazon employees are listening in on Echo conversations. Snafu was right again. Optics high, Pogo optics high, digital experience optics high. They're listening in. They're tracking you. They're watching you masturbate, which is really bad news for me. Hopefully that tape never surfaces. It's not pretty.
Welcome back. I feel like I should whisper, Alexa. Amazon launched. Welcome back. I feel like I should whisper, Alexa. Amazon launched its first digital assistant 5 years ago, and since then, about 120 million smart speakers have been sold in the U.S.
They were designed to answer questions and make life easier, but the devices are not the only things listening to you and those conversations. Our consumer investigator Danielle Sorino here now to explain. Hi, Danielle.
Hi, Ross. Well, Bloomberg Media just published an in-depth investigation into the Alexa digital assistant and its Echo speakers. And it found that thousands of Amazon employees around the world are listening to our conversations with the device.
Alexa, play music. Okay.
Even Amazon acknowledges that Alexa is a work in progress in this Super Bowl ad, and it uses our requests to train their systems, making them work better.
Hi there.
We actually discovered that we can teach Alexa to learn my accent.
What they don't tell you is part of how they do this is by having humans listen to those interactions.
So from a quality control perspective, it makes sense. It's a good business practice. But like anything else, you have to keep that data secure.
And other smart speakers like those from Google and Apple also have human helpers to improve their artificial intelligence. But keeping all that data secure is hard to do, especially when, as a Bloomberg News investigation alleges, Amazon workers around the world are reviewing as many as 1,000 Alexa audio clips per shift.
But it looks like they were also sharing, certain things around the office, like people are, prone to do. If something was kind of funny or something didn't make sense, or they would send things around, kind of in a joking manner, which I think makes people really uncomfortable to think of your data used like that.
And this isn't the first info
Guys,
impropriety
man, a
with
flock of
Alexa.
seagulls for
Last
sure.
year, when a customer requested his recordings from Amazon, he received 1,700 audio files of another customer. And then there was an Oregon family whose Echo recorded a private conversation and sent the recording to someone else's phone in the dad's contact list. Amazon told us in part, Echo devices are designed to detect only your chosen wake word, like Alexa or Amazon. No audio is stored or sent to the cloud unless the device detects the wake word or Alexa is activated by pressing a button.
The problem that we run into is there's so many times you're talking in your house about things that have nothing to do with the wake word, and all of a sudden it just turns on.
Amazon says that's rare, but the question you need to ask yourself is
the convenience of that device, is that worth it to trade off the privacy?
Now, there is a way to delete your conversations from Amazon servers. You can do it online or on your app by going into your privacy settings. Now, I don't know if that means no one's ever going to have heard them. Amazon didn't answer that question, but I will put their full statement on our website, WKYC.com. Russ and Betsy.
That is a spooky.
Yeah, no big deal. Nothing to worry about. Amazon and its workers are using private corporations to now listen to private individuals in their home and their conversation and using their data. So been going on for a while. It's not new. And, my father wonders why I tell him he's a moron for buying that crap and having it around the house when he doesn't use it or need it anyway. It's like these people are programmed for their own slavery and genocide. Every wrong move they decide to make and pay for it. Beyond fascinating. And he'll still keep it. Doesn't matter if he's watching. He's banned from chat because he can't control himself, my father. He's very jealous and envious of me and very vitriolic and unresolved of the past, any of the things you've seen here. So he's had to have been banned from the chat, but I'm sure he's still listening. And still, the moronic man that calls himself my father will keep this crap in his house that he doesn't use. What do you need Alexa for? You have a phone. You can look up anything at any time. No, they have to talk to this thing that's listening to them and sharing their data. Wonder why I don't respect them. They wonder why I think that they're semi-retarded. Am I wrong for that? Am I being too judgy?
I get a kick out of thinking about you as a child,
naked,
living with your dad, and just
naked,
slamming. Just that dynamic is fascinating.
Now it's all in your heads.
Right, constantly pointing out where they're being retarded and then getting gaslit that I just need more medication. Oh, Paulie thinks Alexa is listening to us. He needs more psych meds. Something wrong with him. I go, maybe you're just a genocidal freak slave. mind and heart controlled slave. And they like you cut to the theme music. That's Paulie. Like if you do the the remix of like this, you know, it's like Mr. Drummond, different strokes. Right. That's the catchphrase. Like once an episode, I say something that's deemed completely ridiculous and crazy. Turns out it's true, and everyone else is retarded. And you just cut into my face, and it's that's Paulie, and then we go right into the theme song. That's my life growing up. Trump visits bodega. This will get us back on track here. Because Daddy Trump's doing the rounds. He visited a bodega where a clerk was hit with a murder charge for stabbing an ex-con in self-defense. So yeah, I don't know. He's I guess supporting good people. He's a good man, amazing clerk. Stabs ex-cons in self-defense, of course, and he's completely misunderstood. Like me, it's like me. You're bonding.
There you are, this guy. How are you? Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you. How are you doing, President? How are you?
I go to bodegas because I'm a real person. How are you?
You're going to be a movie star, huh?
I'm gonna buy Diet Coke and let everyone see me doing it, so they think I'm normal.
Baba, the retard is here.
This is a great, amazing group, amazing bodega, amazing security.
Buy the place out, right?
CIA agent is amazing. He's an amazing suit, amazing glasses.
What the bodega's doing?
Great. I mean, we be having
one problem with bodegas, too many brown people in here. Am I right? Anyway, let's get on out of here.
Bodega is small business. We be working hard. We be supporting. We launched a campaign in 2020 saying we support the community in the NYPD.
How fucking small is that store?
We really appreciate that because we know that
these paper towels up here on top are amazing. Few people can reach them, but I can.
So it's not really
because I'm an amazing tall man. These Bienvenidos paper towel brand, I've never seen that brand before. Very cheap, very amazing. Great deal.
Paul, please.
Millions of voices that care about all Americans.
Yeah, well, it's my honor to tell you. You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
And bravery, too. Who's this guy over here, though? Now tell me.
I'm the owner of the store.
Good, very good. Good store, right?
It is.
Great store. Amazing store.
You get a lot in the
That was better once you come in here.
Huh?
It makes it better when you came in here.
Well, I can't get over this guy, how he looks, huh? Gonna send him to Hollywood.
You guys stick with me. I'll make this huge. This store huge.
So what do you do? I mean,
I have no choice. I got to keep up my store. That's the
Is it almost a way of doing business? You get robbed.
It's starting.
Now, if you have a gun, what happens?
I think if I have a gun, you're going to respect me. You're going to go to jail, and then you're going to put it in.
You have a gun. Can you get a license for a gun?
No, Mr. Trump, we are slaves. Mr. Trump, we have no rights. We cannot have anything. You know that. Why are you asking? You know that. I know it should be, but we can't. It's fascism. Why are you not changing that?
They will respect the sort of
You'd never get her up. That would be the end of it.
If you use a gun right now, Mr. President, and you're defending yourself lawfully, it means you will go to jail.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I actually represent Mr. Wralda, Jose Alba. You know,
how did he end up making
in a civil lawsuit? Well, what happened was he got arrested. He's been in this country over 30 years. U.S. citizen. He's in the Dominican Republic right now with his family.
Right.
He wanted to be here. When Mr. Marte
did he have a hard time getting
spoke to him? Yeah, he had a hard time getting
Yes, I've been in contact with him, but it was a very hard time to get him today.
Yeah.
But he was very happy to be here with you. You know, we are really pleased with you to come in and to recognize that the work that we, the bodegueros, we are always on the lines, on the pandemic wars on the first line. We need to have the respect, and we need more public safety. And I really support that anyone who comes to support the public safety, we really appreciate that. And we went from being heroes to being abandoned by our local elected officials.
Yeah, keep whining and crying and victiming and begging Daddy to fucking observe a dynamic he's obviously aware of and doesn't care about. Asking loaded questions, pun intended. What happens if you have a gun, huh? What happens if you have a gun and try to defend yourself? Tell me about the slavery. You know all about it. Fuck slave. You grew up in Manhattan, supposedly. You know everybody's slaved out there. Did you make an executive order to overturn the local state statute, policy, and code and be under the federal code and the rights enumerated within the Constitution that everyone can bear arms? No, you didn't. None of you did. You don't do anything. Just walk around and The story's amazing. Everyone's amazing. Tell me about your story. I'm going to pretend to care. I'm going to go have a hot dog and then take it on down the road. Vote for me.
That's you.
Right. Shake hands. Vote for me. That's not me. It's actually not me. I'm doing Donnie on the ground will not do and cannot do because he doesn't know what he needs to know, or he's a coward, or both. Don't expect him to stand for rights and freedoms. Don't expect him to, not appear at local courts who have no jurisdiction. Oh, he's going to show up and be governed by statute and code and answer to an administrator and private proceeding with limited video recording, which is what all courts have become on some level. Their default jurisdiction is you can't record here. You can't have cameras in here. It's off the record. It's a private proceeding. But we can have folks in here to record the proceeding. It's more pimping, hoeing nonsense. But hey, we got new Trump sneakers. They're 7,000. They're gold. They're cool. Get them. Get them for
Gold and
daddy.
silver up.
All that matters. We're branding out here. We're making a living. Got a legacy. Amazing. We're better than Joe.
So,
Xi Jinping. Go ahead.
Do you? So, you think you say that this has been going on since the beginning of time? Like, are we just like stuck in this? Like, or the people in power? Do you think they're just fucking born into it and then they're just coached on what to do, or do people like stand up and say, no, this isn't right? What's going on with humanity? Or is it like, are we here to have an
I think it's a little bit of both.
I mean,
I think it's a little both. I think there's intergenerational banking families and politicos and folks who have been in power or wealth and they trade the secrets or the understandings of that. And I think that there's folks who are knighted, so to speak, who are not in those intergenerational families to be a part of the business, right? Just like the mafia operates. There's a friend of yours, a friend of ours, right? Is he like, Italian by birth? Does he have the lineage? Can he be a made man? Does he come from that family and that line of history? Or is he just going to be part of the group to do business with us, an associate, but not affiliated? Right. And then, there's everything in between. You got folks who are knighted who come into the system to do business, who realize it's fucked up and want to go against it, and they get whacked. And then there's folks who are born into the family who realize what they're a part of and at times go against it and I'm sure get whacked. So there's probably anything and everything you can think of and everything in between. But yeah, it does seem like a majority of this is a cabal, if you will, intergenerational banking families and political families. That basically trade the secrets of power.
Do you believe that most people are inherently good? And so, it seems like at this point, it would seem like the bad guys are winning or something. And I would think most of the people are the peasants that are not in power, maybe just don't know any better and we're enslaved. But, there has to be some good guys, right? There has to be people.
Right. Most people, I think, want to be good. They do bad things either unknowingly, because they have some excuse, justification, ideology, or perspective. But you got to also remember that most power positions in the world and of it are not sought after by the average person. It's a certain personality type that seeks to go and rise in the ranks of government or really any corporate structure. It's a very ambitious, motivated, worldly, materialistic, shallow, you could argue narcissistic personality that seeks to do that. The average person doesn't wake up every day and say, how am I going to aggrandize myself and use certain groups and narratives to further my position, regardless of what's true or what's right. So, I think that the average person may have aspects of those things that are expounded upon when you view the mirror image of the elected officials, but the elected officials are basically like the extreme version of the aspects of society that exhibit personality disorder, if that makes sense.
So they probably lack empathy or don't even know how to associate with the regular person, right? I mean, they can't have some kind of love or care on their heart if they're doing what they're doing to control the masses. And maybe they just know that they have to do this to stay in control, or maybe they think it's for the greater good. they said the New World Order is they know better than all of us, and they know some kind of secrets, and we just can't govern ourselves because, well, hell, the panel verse and everything else, I guess, would agree to some extent to that point, to where it's just a bunch of insane people that can't govern themselves. They don't have any self-worth, or I don't know, maybe truly know themselves. So they need some people in power or they think that they need to govern the crazy masses of people, and they're easily like manipulated and controlled. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that it's a feedback circular dynamic, in a sense that if the individual will not know itself and come to an understanding and application and a state of self-governance and co-creation with universal law and with their community, other selves, in that state of beingness, then yeah, there's going to be some inward or outward force or state of consciousness that's going to prey off that, parasite off that, right? Or maybe even just come in to fill a role that is not met. But again, I tend to see this more as a spiritual dynamic, right? Like there's something beyond what we see here physically that calls this experience into existence, right? This is like the way that I see it is more like what they've given us with the Matrix idea, right? This is some kind of holographic simulation. We're in it. We're part of it. We incarnate. We have a body. We have the appearance of reality, solidity, that the more we look at, the more we can't really figure out how it works. So I think that this is a necessary evil, right? That there's some test, some challenge, some meaning or understanding that has come to through the life experience based on the program of the simulation, right? It's almost like it can't be, on a certain level, it can't be anything other than what it is, right? I can't imagine a world where everybody suddenly got into alignment with what's true and correct and just lived happily ever after. It would seem to me that there'd be no point of existing. As much as we don't like the darkness, as much as we're scared of it, confused by it, we think it's chaotic, it provides meaning, right? A life where we didn't have these tests and challenges and didn't have this evil here in our face almost consistently would make it such that there wouldn't really be much to do or be or understand.
Like what would be the point of a utopia? I mean, like, so it's like I would look at it like as when
it'd
you
be pure hedonism.
Yeah, like if you beat a video game, you get bored with it. So what? Just something that happened to me, like when I did ayahuasca way back in the day. One of the messages that I got, or that I felt that I got, was it's an algorithm that's never supposed to be hacked. Like it's always moving, it's ever changing. We're never supposed to figure out life, because if we do, then we wouldn't be seeking, because as humans we want to find purpose and meaning and figure things out. If it was figured out, then what's left? It would be boring. It would be, there's no competition. There's no, what are you going to do in life if you hack the code and everyone knows the code and then it's just over? So it's like the game is boring. So I don't think we're ever supposed to figure out the true meaning. So that's why there's all these books out there. Maybe there's like little hints and stuff, but we're all searching and seeking in this crazy fucking life. And maybe we've came back and leveled up or something, like in a video game or some shit, if you want to call it a simulation. The first time you were here or some shit, you're an NPC or something, you don't really care or a part of it, and then you come back the next time and you kind of
everybody's at some point. Everybody's working a job that they don't want to be at. They don't know why they're there. Everybody's fucking with somebody and limiting themselves to one other person as a partner and don't know why that's the case. They're paying the slave tax, they're getting married, they're doing this, that, and the third. So everybody's NPC'd out at some point. Right. And then there's something, it seems, inside, I want to believe, of all of us that kind of cries out in between the nonsense of there must be more, there must be something else, there must be, something wrong either with me or this world or, both. So it would seem that there's an intuition there to right the ship, whether we know that it's right or wrong or not, right? There's something, I know in my experience, there's something inside of me that from day one has said, there's either something wrong with me, the world, or all of it, and then you kind of go on the path of discovering what's real, like Mr. Talcott says, what's true, and what is a deception, right? Or a misunderstanding or a misapplication. So, yeah, man, like you said, I don't think that this algorithm can ever be completely solved on the collective level. I don't think it's meant to.
Yeah, I don't think it's meant to.
It's more of an individual process.
And I think a lot of people, or most people, I mean, I've been there, and I still seek it, but people look to leaders or someone that they think has answers. Like that's why there's gurus, or they look to people that they think have life figured out. And the thing is really nobody does. But we look to people to do that. But I think that's the game, is it's you. When you figure yourself out, you don't need to look elsewhere. And so everything is really internal. And it's easy to say, but hard to do, because it's hard to master yourself. It really is, because there is self-doubt, there's guilt, there's the not knowing if you're doing all the right things. But I guess if you're just doing what you think is true and right, authentically and true, like you're not lying to yourself, you're yourself, then there's really nothing else hidden, because it's all within you.
Yeah, you essentially have to create an experience in order to have the experience, in order to learn the next thing that you want to create and the next experience you want to have. Right? So there is no guilt in that process, knowing that we're in the process of discovering or creating or learning, and that's a long game. So you have to generate results in order to know more of yourself and the life that you wish to live, or the life that's meant for you to live. Because oftentimes the life you want to live and the life that's meant for you to live seems it could be two different things.
And I think the results, it's me against me, right? Or you against you. It shouldn't be compared to other people, because in this world, there's going to be people that have better relationships, more money, whatever else. So if you're comparing yourself to the entire world, there's no end game with that. But if you know you're better than what you were, like you're a better Paul than you were 5 years ago, yesterday, whatever, then that's the purpose, that's the meaning, is you doing the work and being the best Paul, or me being the best Cheif. And it's kind of cliche.
Yeah, I mean, you can do
tacky,
the competition, right, to kind of check the record and decide how much you're, on a path to becoming and how much you're bullshitting yourself and everyone else. But ultimately, you drop that comparing at some point, or that competing, to realize that, hey, if I'm better than I was before, or I'm doing better, well, then that's really all that matters. There's always more you could have or do or be. But if you live from that space, then you'll be unthankful and ungrateful. You'll be desirous. Right. So, yeah, it's really, like you said, it's really just about reflecting on who you've been and what you've done and where you are now. And then being honest with yourself to say, do I have more of what it is that I need or want? Am I in a better place than I was? Do I have more of a kind of a grounding and an understanding, an ability to communicate that and get results inside and outside? You know where you're at. Everyone knows on some level where they're at, where they've been, and probably where they're going. It's just that it seems that oftentimes, like Mr. Talcott likes to talk about, the ego could just mean sense of self, but that false self likes to try to convince the beingness that it's above and beyond, and it has all the answers, and it's everyone else. And if it just wasn't for this, then I'd have XYZ.
you know, like I was thinking about this too. Is yeah, I mean, the only person like every day you got to look in the mirror at yourself every day. So that's it. It's just you and your mind, your thoughts, and your heart. And so only you know truly what you're doing, and other people can judge or compare or do whatever else. But it's like I even find myself like the ego. I'm like, oh well, I'm helping all these people, or I think I have it figured out. So it's almost a narcissistic like trait or ego to put that on other people to tell them how to live or what their what their faults and fallacies are in this world. Even if you're doing it in a selfless kind of way, you think you're helping people. It's almost an egoic stance to even posture that way to other people, I guess. I mean, because sometimes I think I'm really helping other people, and I'm thinking, well, maybe I'm just patting my ego because I think I may have an answer that they don't. And maybe everyone just needs to fucking figure out themselves.
Right. The key is explaining to other people the answers that you have for yourself, not answers you have for them. That's where they get confused about what I do here. I don't get impassioned about answers for you. I have answers I want to believe on some level for me. If that works for you, take it. If it doesn't, there's nothing else to talk about unless you're going to convince me of something I'm better off doing, which oftentimes that's not the case. I don't experience that. So yeah, I'm not oftentimes when I'm getting mad and yelling, it seems like I'm doing that. And maybe I do slip into that at times, but ultimately I step back from that and go, everyone's got to do what they got to do and be what they believe they're supposed to be. Through that process, they're going to get answers for themselves, just like I have. We all have the same process going on. You know, where the influence comes is if you accept that we're all oneself on the highest level, and there really is no difference between us other than the way we respond or react to life on life's terms. And even that is not that different. It's why we have psychology and sociology, because most of the reactions and responses are fairly predictable. You know, so it's like there's a level of acceptance and surrender, and then there's a level of practical common sense, right? It's kind of like the mystical, mysterious kind of, bliss ninny Talcott thing, and then there's a level of actually observing, the beingness archetypally, objectively, and then comparing that to self or another self, right? If we put up the hierarchy of needs from Maslow and it says, are you working? Can you support yourself? Are you bringing in value regularly? Do you have your base needs met? Are you able to be sexually active with a partner and sustain some kind of a relationship? Are we going to sit here and argue that that's like base level needs, that everyone on some level needs that to feel functional or to feel whole or to be a part of a community? It's not really a stretch to argue that. So when folks want to go, well, everything's left me, I have nothing and no one, I have no plans on changing, it's been this way for over 5 years, and then bring in an excuse and a justification and try to appeal to the mythical or the mystical or the miraculous, I think that's selling oneself short. There's actual reasons why shit's happening for us in our lives. We can look at that and change that and get better results, or not. And just simply saying we're okay, then doing the same thing over and over again and getting the same results and making excuses for it, that is mental illness. I don't see how anyone could conclude anything different.
Would you agree that most people, I guess I'm speaking for most people, are paralyzed by fear? They lack, I would say that they just lack faith, whether it's in a higher being or themselves, or so that, like we've seen in the last 4 years, like how quickly fear could paralyze the entire world. And it's kind of fascinating to see. It's like how scared people are. And if you just have faith in God or something else bigger than you, then what is there to be scared about, right? Like you said, you go to die, you go to prison.
Yeah, but you have to know the truth. It takes discernment. How do you have faith in something carrying out the truth if you can't observe the truth? Right? So you have folks living in a reality where they've projected onto themselves and the world what they wish it to be. and it seemingly gets in the way of them observing what it is. Right? So, that's what essentially the schism or the mental, emotional, spiritual illness is folks have a vision of themselves in the world that is not in line with what actually is happening. Alternate reality. Right? So you could argue the majority, this is where they'll say Paulie Boy's coping by telling us everyone else he's doing what he's saying not to do. But that's where it's a slippery slope between genius and insanity. Most geniuses are just ahead of the curve. They're not necessarily unable to self-analyze and then create a false self to cope with reality. It's quite the opposite, right? I've almost been forced to come to a realization that I can see further than the rest of most people. That's been proven. It's no longer my belief that I'm using to cope with the fact that I can't work with anyone in most situations. I can't get along with anyone for a long period of time in most situations, right? I'm not appreciated or wanted in most situations with my commentary or my seeming understanding. Turns out, decades later, we come to find out I had an understanding that folks needed to take. So that's not my pride and ego, as far as I can perceive it. It's like, no, I see the reality. Most folks are living in a collective hallucination, and they're ignoring the collective unconscious. Somehow or another, I've had a bridge between the two for the longest time. So I've been able to see on some level what other folks can't see into themselves. I can see it in myself. If not, I can reverse engineer it. So by virtue of me being willing to and able to look at myself and the problems I've created and the false self that I've manifested for myself to cope with the reality that I feel powerless in, I'm able to do that with other folks because it's oneself again. That's the whole point of psychology and sociology. So it's a fine line, again, between genius and insanity, confidence and arrogance and egotism. I'm now only recently, over the past 3 to 5 years, more confident now than ever that I have an understanding, a vision, a value, and that's been verified and validated from within to the without space. Right? And the only way that that was validated and verified is through all of our collective firsthand experience of the last 4 years and beyond. Because folks who only woke up the last 4 years, they have to greet me and I have to remind them, you just now woke up to what I've been talking about and experiencing for decades, that my friends, family, coworkers, and the rest told me I was insane, crazy, the drugs got me. Turns out they're mind and heart controlled. Turns out on paper, I'm a genius. Turns out that doesn't make me prideful and egotistical. It leaves me most of my life alone. Go and ask folks who in the past have been ahead of the curve or seen further than the rest. They didn't run around going, I'm so smart and intelligent. That's what stupid people do. Folks who are geniuses on paper have a lot of burden. They have a lot of self-chosen suffering at times that you have to learn to mitigate. Because when you can see further than others and you can amalgamate and communicate, it's almost like being on a planet with a bunch of chimpanzees. You just don't feel like you're fully able to relate.
Yeah, so you're almost like on an island.
It's a shaman, man. What I came to the conclusion at some point is I'm whatever in a society you would call a shaman in my own way. I stay on the periphery. I don't want to be part of the rest of the nonsense. I've always been attracted to exploring my consciousness and awareness with plants and herbs. And the day-to-day activities and the chasing and the hunting and the dancing and the rest of it, I can do it. I could probably do it better than the rest of them. I'm not motivated and ambitious to do it. I have a different countenance. I have a different alignment and perspective. It makes it such that I have to practice being like the rest of folks to do what they do daily because my default consciousness is not that way.
Yeah, it was like for me, I've always kind of go along to get along, and I don't like confrontation. And you're like my buddy Joe, like, and I appreciate it because you're fucking blunt. You're gonna say what you mean, and maybe sometimes it could be triggering or you could be assuming, but yeah, you're right. Sometimes, a lot of times you're on point because you can read people and you see the dynamics of shit.
I don't like confrontation either, Pizer. I know that comes as a shock or people don't believe me when I say that. I've had to learn to understand that sometimes the truth has to be said and that that's a value, not a detriment.
No,
so I don't like controversy and chaos, but I've learned to thrive within it, knowing that sometimes the truth is more necessary than continuing with a lie to go along to get along. It's an empowering, freeing modality when you start to practice that.
No, and it is, and it's not. So a lot of people aren't used to it. Like I said, and I'm not, but that's why I'm attracted to it. Is because, sometimes things need to be said, and not everyone. Maybe everyone else will just be nice, or hey, Heiser's nice, but my true friends will be like, dude, you're fucking up. Don't be a bitch, or whatever else. Like my really good friends, they will say that to me and not just placate and they understand or they see the potential, right? So if someone sees the potential and you're squandering it or making, we all make missteps. We're all human and shit, but sometimes it needs to be said or pointed out, especially when you can just go along and get away with shit just because you're the nice guy and funny or whatever else. Sometimes shit needs to be said.
Yeah, well, that's part of why folks develop, whether they're aware of it or not, a lot of times, a nice, kind, polite character, because they know it's going to allow them to insulate themselves from liability. Because nobody wants to tell the nice, kind, polite guy where he's fucking everything up. That's what Jack Talcott does, whether he's conscious of it or not. He's developed a character that allows him to play the victim whenever someone tries to hold him accountable to what the obvious is. It's his undoing, right? I don't care how much folks subconsciously or surreptitiously have accepted or created a character to insulate themselves from accountability and liability. If it works, it is your undoing. So that's your best outcome. If your character and persona works in the world, it will be your undoing because no one will ever tell you the truth. Do you want to live that way? Do you want to be perceived as a victim by everyone around you who's unable to deal with the truth because you're so weak? I wouldn't want to be perceived that way. I go to the other extent. I want everybody to tell me everything they think and feel about me because Paulie can take it. I'm not a victim.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I want to grow. I want to be better. I want everyone to do well.
If you're not afraid of the truth and you know yourself, then you would have no problem speaking the truth about every other self you see and letting them do the same about you. You know who and what you are and what you're not. The people who only have a problem with it are those who are insecure and fearful and don't know themselves and try to pretend that there's something they're not.
Simple.
Power goes one way and disempowerment goes one way. It's very interesting how that works. You can't disempower somebody who says, I know my faults, I know my weaknesses, and I'm okay with who and what I am, or I'm changing them. You can't affect that being.
Yeah.
You can only affect a being who's living a lie that when the truth is spoken dissolves their lie that they want to hang on to.
Word.
Yeah, so nowhere in that process, again, I don't understand where human beings have made this decision that their highest goal in life is to be the nicest, kindest, politest person. You do that for you, so you don't live in hate and in anxiety. But there's no virtue to that when it comes to dealing with other people. I don't see it. If anything, you're selling them short. You're doing them a disservice. Nicer and kinder and politer you are to people when you know you should be saying something about what's going on, the more that you set them up for failure long term. Because most people, again, they're uncomfortable with controversy. They're uncomfortable with resistance. They're uncomfortable with truth that is combative to the lie they're living. Well, that's why I say you got to get comfortable with the uncomfortable. You're never going to live a fulfilled existence.
So when is it like a habitual line stepping just to give your opinion? Some people just don't want to hear it, I guess, or don't want the advice. Maybe if they asked me, I could tell them the truth. Maybe that's one way to do it instead of me just saying, hey, you're fucking up. I want to help you. People.
No, I mean, obviously, I go to the other end, but if we're going to meet in the middle, it's functional communication. Hey, can I give you some perspective on things that I've noticed about you? Experiencing with you, and then it opens the door for someone to say yes or no. They say yes, well, then you've asked nicely, right? They've given you an opportunity, and now you can speak on what you've experienced with them. So you're not presumptuous and assumptive and crossing boundaries. But again, if you ask somebody, can I give you some perspective on something I've been experiencing while being around you or with you? And they say no, why would you want to be with them continually anyway? They've already proven they don't give a fuck about other people and what they see about them and what they're viewing, and that can be a positive thing or a negative thing. Really just kind of depends on who it is, I guess. It's conditional, right?
Yeah.
Then you can even argue from that a wise man or woman could pretty much learn something from anybody. So you'd have to wonder, right? There's probably going to be no situation, even if I'm like not even wanting to hear it or already got my mind made up, I'll always, as you see, bring somebody up and say, tell me what you see and feel about me. And then I'll just either say, you got a point there, here's why, and some of that's true, or I just steamroll right over it. I may go back and look at it again when I'm off air and reflect on it. But I never find an occasion where somebody has something to say about me that I don't at least want to hear it. If not to acknowledge it and accept it or refute it, to just do the content. But why not? Like, what else are we doing here? So yeah, I'm kind of wary about people who, when I deal with them for long enough and they say that they respect me and my perspective, if I ask them, do they want my perspective, and they say no, well, I let it be what it is, but they've kind of already told me they're not interested in leveling up or growing or changing. So there's a potential liability there, I guess.
Can't save everybody. Can't be Captain Save-A-Ho.
Yeah, you can't have love without freedom. You can't have freedom without love. So
where's the rest of the damn panel today? Like, what's up?
I don't know. I have no expectations and desires that would cause me to suffer. Then I'd be running around like Slow State thinks I am, saying, I need people up here and I can't get anyone because I'm a bad host. I don't even think about it. I don't even consider it.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm not complaining. It's been a nice conversation.
Right. Are you lacking? Are you missing something? I was fine. Everything was fine. You guys are cool.
You guys are cool.
You guys are all right, man. For real. I'm serious.
You guys are pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to have to wrap up here soon. Israel's launching strikes in Iran. We're furthering that game.
Breaking slave news.
We got an open air market for migrant crooks and prostitution. Check that out. That sounds interesting.
You get warned and then you get stabbed. I was pretty sure I was going to be stabbed at least 2 or 3 times.
Now that's a butterball.
A reader reached out to me. They said several
Butterball
spots
Dad.
Avenue
Sean, please.
was turning into what they described as the Wild Wild West, a illegal open air bazaar where you could find anything from hookers to stolen Makita drills. Like anything you can think of, you could get as long as you had the cash. It was all out in the open and nobody seemed to care. These individuals were stealing from stores right here, right where they're selling. They're stealing from these stores, taking the items out.
All right, now I got a comment. They're going to force me to shake things up a little bit. I'm going to try to be as diplomatic as I can be. I'm kind of tired of this dynamic where women who show that they're like hyper emotional and I would say weak or just easily triggered are attracted to or enable this thing with Mr. Pizer where like they like this thing where men are like soft-spoken and effeminate and weak like them, right? And again, I'm not saying that like it's a fine line. Mr. Pizer, like we all do, has a loving, caring heart. He may be at peace with some things in his life, so it's good that he's not overly animated and screaming and yelling like a gorilla like I do oftentimes. But it's you have to wonder, right? The relationship to when you meet these women who are like manic depressive, hyper emotional, easily triggered, you know, have delicate sensibilities, they're oh so attracted and enabling of this countenance of soft-spoken, gentle, weak, effeminate men. And I think it's indication of your dysfunction, right? Because these are the same women who get really on edge when Paulie Boy starts like raising his voice a little bit, when he starts getting some passion and energy going, when he's got that heat, you know, they get a little bit scared and afraid and put off, right? So I don't think that this is necessarily beneficial for this culture and society where we are now, for these somewhat broken women, confused women, to continue to venerate these men that may be lacking in, like, you know, some energy or some get up and go or some passion.
Bass in my voice.
It's not about that. It's just there's a thing I've told you before, Pizer. I'm not insulting you. I'm not judging you. It's a reading thing. And I get this reading off you that you're a bit kind of self-doubting at times, that you're a bit unmotivated. You know, again, there's a fine line between too much motivation and ambition and not enough or none at all. And a fine line between needing some passion and some desire versus it becoming an uncontrollable flame that burns you up. Right? I've experienced that. I've presented that way in the past. I'll probably do it again, and I'll do it willfully. That's the testament to my sickness, non-sickness. But yeah, it's not Jeff Pizer alone. It's Jeff Pizer and the women who choose to identify with that and what it indicates to me, right? Because there's something for both parties, I believe. I get an intuition, and I believe that it starts in the home with the mother and father, right? We're back to that mama spirit thing. So these are the same women who go over to Jack Talcott's area while he lies, abuses, mischaracterizes, is delusional and deluded, abusive to his family, and all the rest of it. And they will identify with Jack because Jack half the time will do this nice, kind, polite, soft, weak, kind of put on and also half self-doubting persona, right? And these women just eat that up. They love that. They feel so at home when they're in the presence of like a soft-spoken, gentle, weak, disempowered, self-doubting man. These are the same women who, when they hear Paulie Boy activated and they see him with light and fire in his eyes and a desire to change and to work and co-create and build something and have something, they get real scared. He must be egotistical and narcissistic. No, I'm confident in some senses at this time, which I didn't always have at all. I have some level of confidence in certain things and certain abilities and certain understandings at this time. And I'm a bit concerned when I meet all these women on here who don't have strong men in their life, unless they're calling in some predator because they're a victim state consciousness. They're either alone or they have predators in their life because they bond with and identify with that self-doubting, disempowered, effeminate, toxically effeminate, weak affect and presentment. Okay. And a part of this is probably a biological introduction. They've introduced biologicals into our diet and into our environment to castrate us biologically, genetically. So again, I would just look at that, especially all you women who say you're servants of Christ and followers of Christ. That man was not, as I understand it, a gentle, soft-spoken, nice, kind, polite, weak man. Far from it. Far from it. So again, it's one thing to be soft and loving and caring with the women and children at times, not simping and tricking, but, you know, milk for the babes, meat for the strong men. When I meet men and they come on to talk to other men and they're this, I start wondering what's the background like, what's going on in them, what does their life story look like, and then why are they always surrounded by these overly masculine, hypersensitive females that seem to be attracted to these men because they know they can control them and manipulate them. And they do this childlike genuflection where they go, "Oh, Piser's so sweet and cute and soft-spoken and gentle. We love him." You love him, but you don't respect him. So then I have to look at the dynamics. And again, this is replicated on the world stage, the middle class, where all these women are hyper masculine, trying to equalize with men, and they're subconsciously picking men who are nice, kind, polite, gentle, soft-spoken, because they know they can control them. And they're not going to have to do or be anything in order to change and be a woman of substance and value. It's a feedback loop, and it starts in the home. I bet anything on it. If I looked at I'm not insulting him. It's just we have to step back and go, who are we? How do we become this? And where does it start? And do we need to change it? Do we want to change it? Can it be changed? Presuming we want to or need to. So I'd bet anything if we went to the home and the family structure, you're going to see where the personality and the affect comes out of that original dynamic. Because it's 9 out of 10 times the case. Your thoughts on any of this, Pizer? I know it's difficult for me to talk on this thing and kind of not be shallow at times and also not offend.
No, dude, I get it. I could see how people perceive it. I feel like I'm a strong man and a strong dude, but I would say that the last couple of years I do have self-doubt. The reason I don't have a girlfriend is I could go find a girl. I don't do any of this shit. But I don't feel like I'm the man I need to be. And so I don't want to be that. So I don't want to drag in I don't need some girl that needs a pussy dude. I just don't date anybody because I have expectations for myself and I haven't hit them yet. And maybe I do have self-doubt. Like it's, so maybe it sounds weak or whatever, but I am the shit that I do as a man, like with Tool, everything else. But I guess as my spirit, I guess I had a lot burning. Like my flame was burning fucking so hot. Like you couldn't fucking tell me anything when I was even 5 years ago, dude. I was like unstoppable. And the last couple years, dude, or 3 years, it's like, yeah, self-doubt's crept in. I feel weak. I feel like, what the fuck, man?
Right. And that's all that I'm picking up on, like I'm sure others are. And then there's a difference with how that's received. And that's all I'm pointing to. And for the plum tart person, I'm not on here crowing about my confidence. Okay. And if you'd like, I can change that word from confident to faithful. Because there are many times where I'm not confident, but I'm forced to be faithful. And that comes off as confidence because I have faith that I will be where I'm meant to be with whoever I'm meant to be with, whatever I'm meant to have, as long as I continue on as I see fit and I don't play myself or others. So please don't confuse me doing a self-analysis, an analysis of another self, and pointing out where I have seen in myself at one point a self-doubt, insecurity, fear, lack of faith. And now that's to a way lesser degree. I'm not crowing about my confidence because I don't have it. I'm explaining to you why I'm able to come on here and even be seen on camera and talk sometimes with nobody around me without letting the fear fold in on me. The only way I would have been able to do that with the way I used to be is if I was more confident / faithful. So please don't tell me from a chat box linked to someone else's restream who and what I am in my story and my journey, because you haven't been there. You don't know me. And you're probably not able to self-analyze, let alone analyze me. And if you'd like to, you can come on up and talk to me about how confident and faithful you are and how I'm putting on a front because I don't have that. I'm just crowing about it to pretend.
Who says crows? Anyways, I've never even heard that terminology. Never even heard that fucking terminology. Pineal, give me some mangoes.
Again, this is all we're speaking about. Proper instruction motivates people. It started off as interpersonal dynamics between men and women. Most women are in fear. They're not faithful, so they don't attract nor do they seek men who are empowered, inspiring, and faithful. They seek self-doubting, insecure, fearful men who are physically attractive, but under the thumb of the state of and their mama's spirit. That's who makes the best husband for them in their distorted ego. Once they get that and live with that, they start to realize it's not what they needed. It's what they wanted, not what they needed. And oftentimes it starts off in the home on both sides. What the woman sees growing up and what the man sees growing up. They find each other later on in life out of the same household with the same twisted, toxic dynamic. You got a lot of women in this culture and society who see a man as confidence as a threat to them. He can't be roped in, he can't be tied down, he can't be controlled. It's the antithesis of what a woman is taught to seek and get, is a man who can be controlled and manipulated and accept whatever she wants to be what's going to happen. How many times was I valeting seeing a woman happy as a pig in shit with some guy right next to her that you could tell he didn't want to be there, spending up a whole bunch of money, going 100,000 into debt for a ring and a wedding and a whole bunch of crap. That's all for her. Men don't want that or need that. So I already know this relationship's bound to fail because you got a man who's willing to put himself in debt for the rest of his life to try to make some goofy bitch happy with some reality that's not even real. Some hallucination. I already know you're bound to fail. Once that woman gets everything she wants and everything she likes, she's going to respect you so little and what you were supposed to bring to that relationship to get her right that you didn't, that it's only a matter of time before she boots you out, takes half your shit. No respect there. There's no honor there. There's no virtue and true value there. That's why the courts are full of people who will show you their honeymoon pictures and all the debt they went into so they could get married and actualize some reality that never comes. Too busy trying to complete through someone else instead of complete within self and then share that with another completed self.
That's the whole thing. And so if I'm not completed in self or what I'm...
Here we go. Yeah. Well, we got to help this person out, Pizer. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm tired of you women and your bullshit ego. It has to be checked. I don't like it. I didn't create myself to be this way, but I'm going to speak with authority because I am made in the image of the Most High and God created me to be non-monogamous. Don't like it. Makes me uncomfortable. Don't like to have to tell Jennifer and every woman in my life that, but I can't change it. So when you women want to run around, I'm personally alone because I can't seem to find any men that are loyal. What you mean is you can't find a man who you can overwrite their nature and the way they were created to be. Right, because you're not God, lady. So check your fucking ego. Men are attracted to multiple women, and you can argue there's a reason for it. It's called community. It's called 2-to-1 women to men on the planet. So by virtue of just the numbers alone, we're 2-to-1.
And we're horny.
Okay, so whatever. We have testosterone, war to secure our rights, property, and freedom, and it looks like fucking more than one woman. Sorry, the same chemical you want to turn to get you out of all your problems and trouble when it gets bad enough is the same chemical you want to take out of men when it causes them to be attracted to more than just you. Life's not all about you. World doesn't revolve around you. I know most women have been taught it does, and they'd like to believe it does, but it doesn't. So the quicker you get into alignment with what is, the quicker you'll stop suffering trying to create a reality that'll never exist. You're never going to find a man who only wants to be with one woman day in and day out. Get over it. Right? Frankly, if I was a woman, I wouldn't want to be around the beta males you choose 24/7, 365 day in and day out. I don't know how you take it. You don't take it. That's the reality of it. You wind up cheating on them, lying on them, disrespecting them, going to have a work husband. Let's get real. So, you want to talk about loyalty? Loyalty comes with a cause. It doesn't come to another person. The only reason you're loyal in any organization to another person is because you're loyal to the cause. That got you there. You can go to the mobster mentality if you want, the lowest level of the simulation. I may not be loyal to Jeff Pizer We may be a part of Lucchese's. I may hate that motherfucker. The reason I'm not going to rat is because I'm true to me and the principles that I came into this with. Doesn't matter if I like him or not. The loyalty comes to a cause and an idea, not to a person. So I don't care if your beta male only fucks you 24/7, 365. He's still not loyal and faithful, because faithful means full of faith. It doesn't mean attached to one person sexually. And loyal means loyal to a cause, not to a person's body. So ye of little faith need to reorganize and prioritize what actual loyalty and faith is, so you can stop suffering in your own self-chosen Disney-like hallucination. So I'm a loyal and faithful man. Has nothing to do with how many women I fuck or don't fuck. Furthermore, because I am loyal and faithful, most of the women who are attracted to me, I can't fuck, because they're mind and heart controlled slaves. They're vaxxed out. They're on drugs and alcohol, and they're a liability to me. And I wouldn't bring them around here for 3 seconds. Don't care how hot they are and how good the pussy is. Their ex-boyfriend don't think it's that good.
So I think that there's another thing, like you pointing that out, like about the monogamy thing. Like I think I was programmed so much to just supposed to be that way, you know, like to get married, have a kid, whatever, be with one person. But
you gotta help her again, still Pizer. She's still confused. There is no your time. You get to deal with what you get to deal with. If you can find someone better who's going to give you all their time to validate you, well, then go do it. What is your time? This is what you women do. You get into a relationship with a man who you spend no time with, and then you want all of his time. Why? Because you're not aware of how a good relationship works. The less you're around each other, the more you will cherish each other. Familiarity breeds contempt. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. You want to be up under a man and attached at the hip and sucking all of his time, and you're just destroying the relationship indirectly. What makes a man really want to be with you and come back to you is when he doesn't have to be. When you force it on him, they get distant. When you let them be who and what they are and find their own way, they'll always come back. It's kind of like reverse psychology. So keep trying to chain a man up. Keep trying to force him to spend time with you, and you're going to find out when you didn't force him, he spent all his time with you. When you tried to force him, he spends none of his time with you. Figure it out how life works. Because you women come into relationships and you got little to no expectations in the honeymoon phase. And as soon as you get a little possessive and a little connective and feel like you own a motherfucker, now you got all these desires and expectations that must be fulfilled. And that's when those of us who are successful or don't need it, we cut you loose. We remind you, go that way. Go find your own purpose and meaning. Go find something to do with your days. Because you're not going to parasite off me and take my power, my time, my energy, my attention to validate you and your insecurity, your meaningless life. Not interested in it. Sorry, that's just how it works. Why a lot of you women wind up with extreme beta males, because only a beta male is going to give you all of his time, energy, attention, and money and whatever extends off him. Successful man ain't. No, he's not. He's going to prioritize his time, energy, attention, and his funds toward his goals and his life. And you get whatever's left over. And you should like that. And you should be over the moon. And you should say, I need even less, because I'm interested in this man who I'm with being successful and doing what he needs to do for himself. It's not about you. You women don't even know how to be good hoes. You don't know how to pimp right, and you don't know how to hoe right.
Yeah, I just want to say for that comment, that lady you keep pinning's comment, she seems to be said tech illiterate somewhat. If you just click the StreamYard link, it'll bring you to another window.
I got to stop you. She needs more help down there. Emotionally loyal is what's necessary. You didn't listen to what I just said. A man's energy and motion should be prioritized on being loyal to an idea and a way of living and a cause, not to your goofy ass and your emotional attachment style. Go to therapy. Go sit in a room or an ashram or a jail for long enough to where you feel like you are everything you need and don't need a man to validate you. And don't need a man to prioritize you with his time, energy, and attention. You're a parasite, vampiric sucker. Remember how they used to call folks, you're a sucker? That's you. Sucker for love. Chasing away everything that you call in with this desire and this hallucination that's never going to be met. You're never going to come to it. It's never going to happen. It's never going to arrive. It's an illusion. You're just insecure and don't want to be alone. And when a man's in your life and giving you his time, energy, attention, you feel something. And when they're not, you don't. That's dysfunction. You should be able to do that with you anywhere you go, whether you're with somebody or not. If it takes another person for you to feel enough, you're codependent and you're falsely empowered. And the worst part about you ignorant, arrogant broads is you're going to run around and tell other men how to be men when you ain't even right with yourself. You wonder why this whole situation is so fucked up. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, like inherently, like the innate being of a woman is to support and be with the man that's ride or die. They're going to be ride or die with men, and they want to be with a man that is getting shit done and that they respect. And so they want to be with a man that leads them instead of being like every girl that
she's doing it again, Jeff. She's doing the passive aggressive manipulation she probably does with all the men she chases away. Gosh, Paul, men are capable of controlling and managing themselves. Right. They're capable of controlling and managing themselves. They're not forced to. Why do I have to control myself beyond causing loss, injury, and harm for you to feel something? Why? What's the reason? What's the reason when a woman meets a man, the fact that I'm uncontrollable is so sexy and attractive? Soon as you get around me and near me, that flips to, you need to control yourself more. Why is that? Because you're manipulative and controlling and domineering, and you're passive aggressive and you're desirous, and it causes you and everyone in your life suffering. I'd bet anything on it. I don't have to control myself for anyone else in this realm. If I'm doing it, it's a choice for me. You will not be a part of that choice. Directly or indirectly, you will not influence what I'm going to do in myself and in this life because you don't like it or can't cope with it. It's a you problem. Do you want freedom in your relationships and with your lovers, or do you want them to be versions of you that you feel comfortable with? Why is that even attractive to you? Who wants that?
Yeah, it's pretty easy to click the link and come up here. You just got to click the StreamYard link when he drops it. I don't know what your name is, but it's super easy, even if you're not tech savvy. I'm just saying, if you want to come up here, I think Paul.
You're doing it now. She's doing it now. I guarantee that this is exactly why your relationships go the way they do. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not interested in understanding a man. You come here and say you respect me, but you don't take my information or experience or understanding, and then you reject it and project onto it from your woman-splaining perspective. This is why you women are alone. One of the reasons, and this is why you hate men or feel in constant resistance with men, because you don't know what your role and position is. And you constantly use your feelers to project onto logical men what their next move should be with feelings they're not having. Because you're a narcissist. You think men should have the emotional feelings you have when they're not women. Furthermore, women aren't supposed to have all these emotional reactions if they're not traumatized and PTSD and hypersensitive. This is why most of you women, a man can't have a conversation with you without you getting off the hinges and off the rails and getting emotional and projecting and storming off and stomping your feet like a child. You don't know what it's like to live in a man's world where we live on rejection and criticism. Women don't take criticism well, most of them. They don't take rejection well. They're not used to it. So they act out, they rebuke, they reject, they cycle and spin, and they forget, lady, you came to me. I didn't come to you. You know?
Why do you think, like, dudes have a fucking man cave?
They get away from this sickness. They get away from this hyper emotional dysfunction.
You want to have a woman that's your peace, not your fucking problem. Like when you don't, it's just so much emotional drama and back. It's like, I can't,
it's
my
draining.
ex-girlfriend, dude, it's draining. And so it's like, it's just like, can you just chill? smoke a fucking joint, do something.
Oh,
dude.
they
Just, like,
can't
chill
because
the
they have a
fuck out.
constant belief about what's supposed to be happening that isn't happening. So they're
It's
in
like
constant
it's like a
anxiety and resistance.
Codependence, emotional, like, attachment, whatever the fuck it is. It's fucking, it's stressful.
Yeah, like all these women who they'll bang 10 beta males a year drunk on drugs and get some horrible STD. But then when they meet me in base conscious, they go, Paulie, when you talk for 3 hours a day and you seem so insightful and you know, co-creative, and then like when you're not, you only want to be sexual or just be at rest. I go, yeah, because I'm a peaceful man and I have no desires outside of the base ones that are normal and natural. So I want to fulfill my function, co-create, speak on life, provide an influence or good conversation or entertainment. And then I want to go rest and be at peace or make love. They go, you're so toxic, masculine and abusive and dysfunctional. Why? Because I don't want to sit around with you for the rest of the night and talk about nonsense and everything that comes through your little head and heart till you feel okay with life. I'm not your daddy. Ironically, I'm willing to do that more than I should have to. Right? I guess you could argue that's what makes a man's position in most of these women's life is you get to sit around and talk with them until they feel secure about themselves in life, like their daddy was supposed to, but never did. What gives you your staying power. But I'm dysfunctional and weird and wrong when I go, yeah, I did my work for the day. I did my co-creation, right? I'm never off the clock because I always have to be guru, psychologist, daddy, refocuser, facilitator. So I accept that. But I go, could you understand from my perspective as a woman why I wouldn't want to sit here and talk about all this shit more than I already do, that I have for decades? They take it personal. It's all about them. They don't go, Paulie Boy does so much, talks so much, works with so many people in front of him behind the scenes, has a lot of burdens and his own emotional baggage he's carrying, been left behind by his friends and family, rebuked, rejected, watched half his family die of cancer. They don't even care. They don't even consider what my walk is, what I want, like what my desires are, why I'm the way I am. It's just, why won't you love me and talk to me more, Paulie Boy, to validate me feeling like I'm a woman in your presence? Just pure fucking ego, while they claim I'm being egotistical and narcissistic because I don't want to disturb any more of my peace than I already have creating here and being a part of the fascism and the slavery. You would think used to be back in the day when women were women, they didn't have to do any of this. They just were yielding and accepting in faith and loving and caring. And they didn't constantly need something from you. It was like, you go out as a man, deal with the world and come back, and we're just a soft place to land. We're just here as a support system. We're just here to love and care for you, make you feel good, because out there is hell. With the rest of them, it's hell.
We're grateful for you.
Right. Imagine that. Imagine a world like the archetypal movies where a man was actually seen as a real motherfucker and like a king. And the women around him only wanted to be a source of care and support for him and what his journey was. You know, whatever happened to that? No, that's egotistical and narcissistic for a man to occupy a position of respect and care from the women in life. Crazy.
I think she wanted you to check out her last two comments there. Pretty interesting.
I'm not interested. She can come up and talk to me and reveal her dysfunction. Why does she have to do it from a chat box?
Yeah,
she's a coward on top of everything else, like they all are. Big fucking mouth in chat. 5 fucking paragraphs. Daddy, look at me. Daddy, love me. I need attention, but I have all the answers. Too cowardly to come up and have the back and forth. And when she does, she's either going to act out like a goofy bitch and get checked, or she's going to go silent and let daddy speak. It's always one or the other. It's never a fucking middle ground with these people. You can tell me all about me and how I'm abusive and toxic. It'll take me 20 minutes to kind of settle her down and get her refocused. And then she's going to want to suck my feet. Or she's going to come up here and realize what it takes to be me and do what I do. And she's going to go silent and realize how foolish and ignorant and arrogant she is. One of the two is going to happen, like it always does. Take over, Pizer, DeCastro, and Peanut Power. I want to hit some reefer. We're already 30 minutes over anyway. I can do whatever the fuck I want. That's my new rule. New rule. I can do whatever I want. I don't care how the audience receives it. I've pretty much been doing that all along anyway.
That's you.
I've been in solitary.
Go ahead, Penile Power. Do the interview with Pizer de Castro from the jail cell. You're now Penile from No Impact Flicks. Take it away.
You better get deeper in these toes, boy. I didn't tell you to finish. Get in this pinky toe now.
Brian.
Get off the phone call.
Brian, I've been in 23 hours. 23 hours solitary confinement. Have you talked to my viewers about the donations? Have we hit our goal?
You want this kosher pack or not, boy?
It's okay. I think I'm gonna get 6 months, but at least I'm gonna get 100,000. I think we can get it to 120. Brian, you there? You getting to my viewers? Pineal, you suck at this.
Hey, Arcades, what's with your boy over here, man? He hasn't finished rubbing my toes. He barely got in the grooves. What's up with your boy Chili the Castrated over here?
Are you doing archaic?
No, dude. I didn't do Arcades yet.
You
That was
sound like
Bubba.
sound like archaics, bro. We're supposed to
It was Bubba,
be doing the Castro bit, bro.
It was Bubba. I didn't get to the fucking Arcade.
Oh, you were being Bubba. I got you. Get over here and get in my bed. I got you.
Oh, that's Pizer. Yeah. He totally denounces the Phoenix phenomena and reset incoming. He doesn't even acknowledge the fact that this year is just the prelude to the coming cataclysm that will change the face of this earth, you fucking pieces of shit. Well, don't you get it?
Is it the simulacrum?
It's a simulacrum, don't you get it?
Don't you get it, boy?
So yeah, what's up with you, man? What have you been up to lately?
I've been weed whacking, dude. Weed whacking.
Weed whack? Yeah, I'm fucking just procrastinating right now, but I'm pushing off. I gotta help lift a bunch of those 80-pound fucking concrete bags here in a bit. Fun
Dude,
stuff.
so the new thing to the saga is my homeboy, he got fired yesterday. I think I told you that last night.
Blah, blah, blah. You guys are fucking dead weight here.
I know.
It's like a driftwood broadcast. I put a mic
See
in
what
front of a
happens?
piece of driftwood.
See what happens in Paulie's. Just fucking.
Is this broad going to come up here? She's losing her mind in chat. Let's go. Give the people what they want.
Give the people what they want.
Now she's cursing down there. She's getting more manly as time goes on to try to equalize with me. This is where these women go wrong. You go, I'm going to match your energy. I go, please don't. I'm the man in this equation. I think they're doing something. I fucking love man. She says, I'm a very outspoken woman. Right. What man wants a very outspoken woman? There's your problem. It's literally like every joke from the beginning of time. How men, all they want is a woman who's not constantly yapping whatever their bullshit thoughts and feelings are that make no sense. It's all they're looking for. But no, we can't get that. So we're getting the description of her, like how important she is, how valuable she is, how like different and special and unique she is. It's Kathy. Kathy's very funny. Kathy's outspoken. Kathy's righteous. She's got a cause. And then if you ask her, she'll go, well, I date beta males. I'm a doctor. I push toxic treatments on everyone. I pay slave tax, and I want a man who's loyal. And I go, you don't even understand loyalty. You think loyalty is fixation and obsession over your pussy. It's not. So, Nobody's asked me to quiet everything I'm hearing you say is what I'm responding to. Right. There's another problem. You've never had a man who was honest and real with you in life that just told you, will you please shut up and find your own purpose and meaning and value in your life and stop projecting onto me or sucking off of me. You've never had that opportunity. That's why I'm here. I'm here to help.
She said she did
I'm going to stop your suffering for you once and for all. I'm going to stop it for you and every other man that interacts with you.
She said she did talk to text, and it almost looks like her AI transcriber is
right.
Like
She's even more abrasive and obnoxious. She's doing talk to text.
I'm saying it looks like
now,
something.
Imagine the man who, if they were there, would have to sit next to her and listen to her talk to text, arguing with me from a chat box. That's when they just jump out the window.
Can you read that in Tarek talk? It sounds like Tarek talk. I fucking love men.
All right, we're getting down to this now. Pino, please. You're not even saying anything. You're just making noises. You're making mouth noises, and it's not going anywhere. Just let me do what I'm doing, please. You're not helping at all. You're not adding on to what I'm doing. You're taking away from it, actually. So that's a different conversation, lady. Is there something wrong with expecting a man or anybody to keep their agreements? No, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem with most of you women is you're passive aggressive. So you pretty much give a man no other alternative but to accept your terms and conditions for a relationship, either directly or indirectly. So that's why most men feel like they have to. Could you stop talking over me, under me, and around me? I'm not done. You're not adding. You're not helping. You're taking away from what I'm doing. And you're still talking. It's amazing. It's passive aggressive and it's a power game. It's got to be.
That's you. You're doing push-pull.
No, that's you. I don't need to play power games. I have all the power. See? Bye. Bye. Do you see how quick and easy that was? I have the power and control here. I don't need to play games to get it, have it, or keep it. You're playing games to try to equalize with it. I don't appreciate it. I'm talking. I want to finish talking, and you're not adding on anything or bringing commentary. You're not even doing a funny bit. I just gave you the last 3 minutes to do the Castro bit. The whole audience says you're terrible. Pizer even, I heard him yell out from by the door. I heard him yell. He goes, Pineal, you're horrible at this. I heard him say it. And I had to run back over because I knew that numbers were dropping and people were stampeding off this broadcast. So I had to run back to try to save it again.
Daddy, save it.
So like I was saying, woman down there who can't figure out how life works, and that's why you're here, because I'm going to help you with that. There's nothing wrong with expecting a man to keep their agreements. Are you okay with accepting a man's terms and conditions for how they're going to do the relationship with you? Probably not, if they're not your terms. So that's why most inauthentic corporate beta males feel like they have to bullshit you and lie so you can be okay while they lie and cheat. In order for you to be okay with them not being monogamous, they're going to have to bullshit you about how monogamous they are and marry you and give you shit so they can lie and cheat on the back end. Because if they just come to you and say, hey, honey, I think you're interesting and maybe a bit unique and special, or maybe you're just meant to be with me at this time as a reflection of self, because we're going to complete within ourselves using each other as a mirror. And also there's probably going to be other interactions with other women. Right? If they came to you and said that, what are the chances you're going to go to Olive Garden with them and suck their little pee-pee in the car when we get to the parking lot? Slim to none, because you're too in your pride and ego. You'd rather be bullshitted. Most women would rather be lied to and bullshitted than talked to directly and straight and told the cold, harsh reality of what a long-term relationship's going to look like with a man. Because you're not going to deal with it. You're not going to accept it. Thoughts on any of that? Well, we'll wait for her talk to text response from the chat box because she can't come up and have the conversation, apparently.
Bazinga. Yeah, where'd she go?
She's processing. We're loading. Loading response.
Pineal was horrible.
I know. It's every day, too. She's got nothing. Got little to nothing to bring to the table.
Sean.
Please
man,
tell
I
me
haven't
how to
drank
be in that
ayahuasca.
fucking video with you because I don't know how to send me a link or something. The link is here in chat, lady. If you'd stop cycling and spinning and going insane, you'll see. That's the link right there. You press that link and then it takes you to a screen and you fill out the information. Like you put your name and then like what your title is, I'm not going to give you a title right now. You might get one at some point, but I'm going to be polite here because I have a title rolling around in my head, but I'm not going to say it. You're going to come up here by hitting that link, and then we can have a conversation in the video, as you call it. Like my whole life is like come down to me having to walk these middle-aged women out of their trauma that their daddies and beta males have caused for them. And 3/4 of them aren't even going to fuck me to thank me for it. It's just a completely thankless job.
I don't know if you're interested.
The least
but
they could do. You know?
Yeah, presuming I even want that. I might not even want that a lot of the time. I'm like, yeah, don't mention it. I can't charge you anything for this, and I got to tell you what I know. It's some kind of bizarre covenant that I'm under, and I can't even expect anything back for it.
It's a donation you don't want.
Anything back for it a lot of time.
Yeah, it's like a donation you don't want.
Yeah, all the women who I want to fuck me won't. All the women who well, listen, let's not get into it. Okay, very depressing most of my life. I'm basically God's puppet, is what I figured out, and it loves to just torture me and twist up my ego and remind me of what I need and that what I want is probably bad for me. It just loves to play that game with me. It always has. So I don't get the life and the walk that everyone else does. While that seems to be a detriment to me short term, the longer I live, the more I realize that's what's meant for me, and I'm thankful and grateful for it. Because I would have tricked myself out of so much more power, position, and value than I even know. So it's like God's twisted sense of humor and tricks it plays on me. That's also a source of protection. It's very, very interesting how it works.
So
hey,
she's
Brian,
in
Brian, the link. Brian's
She
the link.
hasn't been able to see the link because she's in Brian's fucking chat, is what I think's going on.
Oh,
So she
okay.
hasn't- Wow, now I get it.
But she's not, because this is not a chain link. This is from my chat.
Yeah.
You know what it is? She's probably on Paul Unslaved. That's what it is. Because I have 2 channels running right now. She's on Paul Unslaved. So she's so confused, she doesn't even know there's a second channel.
Okay. She's not in my chat or Brian's then. I guess you're probably right.
How many viewers we got on Paul Unslaved? We up to like 10 or 20 out of 22,000 or what? How much are we running today?
Yeah, it's crazy. I get the same numbers as you on a not even 1,000 subscriber channel.
Well, because I bought all the subscribers. None of it's real. I bought it all. That's the new narrative. I bought them all. I spent $5,000 to get 22,000 subscribers, knowing no one would show up because I'm a genius, right?
Red-handed, dude.
And that was set up. That what was his name? Vasquez. Yeah, that was set up.
Hashtag totally not shadow banned. Hashtag shadow banning is not a thing.
9 watching on Paul Unslaved out of 22,000 because 9 of them are real, and the other 21,900 and how many was it again? 91. Yeah,
Well, it was 22,000.
21,991 people I bought. They're not real.
Yeah, it was like 22.2, right? And now it's like 21.7. So like 50 people just unsubscribed, I guess. Awesome stuff, man.
All right, I think I'm gonna wrap up here. You guys are boring me. You guys are boring me. And this woman's she can't figure out how to get up here. Can't figure out a lot of things in life.
I thought O'Shea was coming up. Guess not.
I did the math, and that's basically about 9 divided by 21,970 is about 0.0004% of your audience. That's, 0.00041%. So, not too bad. Could be worse. Could be worse.
All right, give me the final word. I'm out of here, man.
All right, DeFreak, it's Pineal. I don't know what pinal is, but anyway, or Penile is fine. Whatever. Appreciate you both. Time to go lift some concrete. Good stuff. Looking forward to it.
All right, Paul. Thanks for the convo.
Oh, Amanda's here now.
Oh snap! I guess I'm not lifting concrete.
All right, Amanda, what's going on? Let's make this quick, and then if not, we'll be back tomorrow. I'm here every day. I can't hear you. You got to unmute.
Howdy.
So what do we have going on? What's your biggest complaint in life? What's your biggest issue? Pino, Pino, do you want to maybe ask her, can she hear me?
I can hear you. I'm just letting Paul finish talking.
Oh, we're
She's
doing
calming
this.
the crazy.
Oh, she's doing the passive aggressive. I love this. He sat there in silence for 10 seconds and she didn't say anything and then said she's going to wait for me to stop.
I've been in counseling, so I know how to wait my turn to talk. It makes no sense to over talk or talk when someone else is talking like I'm doing now.
Okay, so I'll try again and then I'll give you the signal when I'm done talking so you know to go officially.
Something going on, baby. My video is still playing in the background on my phone because I hear another
Maybe
video
that's
going.
what
That's
it
what
is.
it was.
That
I'm so
might
sorry.
be
In
what
the
it is.
background, Polly was still talking, and I guess my YouTube channel was still
Okay,
open on
my
another page.
mistake then, because a lot of folks do come here and do that game where they go, you didn't officially tell me to start talking, but it was probably the background video. That happens. That happens.
Your YouTube was still playing. The live chat was still playing in another window in the
Okay,
background
that
where I
makes
couldn't
sense.
see it. Yeah.
That makes sense.
So
So
thank you.
what's your biggest complaint in life right now, whether it comes to men or just the general
My biggest
interaction?
complaint right now is that I cannot seem to actively insert myself into, I guess, the community in some way to find I guess for lack of a better term, an apocalyptic partner. It doesn't have to be a man, a woman would work. I just have this idea of what's supposed to be going on in my personal world. And I can't seem to, with my own feeble little mind as a woman or man, doesn't matter, just as a human, I can't seem to find a way to acquire the ability on my own to get my ass off grid with my kids and to be prepared for whatever the fuck's coming at us. I don't need to understand everything that's coming at us because I understand enough to know that I gotta get the fuck out of Dodge. That's my
Right,
problem.
and this is kind of the the counterintuitive aspect of once you become aware, it would seem, of more things, there's a heightened state of being. So you're going to have to try to practice mitigating your fear, right? You don't want to be in fear, you don't want to be in desperation, you don't want to be in codependency, right? And then it would seem to me, I can't really give anyone answers beyond what I found true for me. It would seem to me, for me, just like it would be for anyone else, the more that you do something day to day and you show up for yourself and others in a certain venue and you network and you create something, the more that you will up the probability and the chances of finding yourself around other people who do what you do or share the same interests. And again, you could be in a group of people who do what you do and share the same interests, but they may not be drawn to you if you're full of fear, right? If you're constantly putting off that energy of fear and doubt or resentment or anger or desperation, folks are going to avoid you because they're going to see it. Again, I'm not saying it's fair or that it actually kind of is in a way. Universally, it's like this is our way of generating the same results over and over until we do something different and get a different result. So yeah, I mean, it's a practice for me, right? Like staying faithful, showing up somewhere for myself and others daily, being part of some activity or community or creation. And then over time, a select few folks have come out of the situation to be part of whatever it is that I'm doing at that time, right? Part of my kind of limited on the ground community and day-to-day experience. So yeah, I mean, that's really all I can say when it comes to that, right? The odds are this isn't going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen immediately. So you just got to
Are you
kind of
guys aware? I appreciate what you're telling me and I understand what you're saying to me, and it is truth and it is making sense and it does make sense. I wonder if everybody's aware of the United Nations Agenda 2030 and the 17
yeah,
Sustainable
we're all
Development
aware of
Goals.
all that, and you being hyper aware of it is a detriment to you. That's obvious. So
And
us
then,
constantly.
I also listened to the professor of science in South Africa's university named Michael Tellinger. And he's, so I had initially found this video, or somebody introduced me to a video in 2019, and it sent me down a bunch of rabbit holes. And for like the next 9 months, I would say, I came up to a bunch of different hypotheses and just ideas in my mind on how things might be, just these off the wall things that I couldn't share with anybody because it makes you sound completely bizarre and, just nuts. And so then I'm scrolling through YouTube and I come across something like a TED Talk, and it's got a good thumbnail and I like the title. And so I decide to watch it. I have the luxury, I have the blessings of not having to work. So I'm home all the time. And so I was looking at this video, and in the middle of it, or somewhere in the middle of this video, I realized this man's saying, the whole video, I'm realizing this man's saying everything I had hypothesized on my own. And so at one point I stopped the video and I'm like, I feel like I'm on the Truman Show. Like nobody gave me the script for this episode of the Amanda Show. I'm going to turn this off and Google who the fuck is Michael Tellinger? Who the hell is this person giving this TED Talk like video? And it turns out to be a professor of science, a legitimate credited human being in Africa at the university. They're building an entire sector for him. And in the end, he basically says everything I had hypothesized on my own, which was something along the psychotic lines of, and I'm only comfortable saying this because you really could go see Michael Tellinger's YouTube channel and see that he is who he is, and that what he's saying
I'm
is.
aware of who you're speaking of. This information all makes rounds. Everyone knows the same name.
Well, it blew my mind, and it made me feel like my divine purpose in some weird way, not some weird way, in some divinical way, was for me to pursue the idea of needing to escape the situation coming at us. If you know who Michael Tellinger is, then you know that he claims that there is an alien race called the Anunnaki, who are apparently the fallen angels or some bullshit like that, and that they come around and they enslave us at times physically, periodically throughout the world's existence. Literally come down and physically enslave us is what Michael Tellinger says. Now, I had come up with that on my own, and then I find this video, and now I've researched Michael Tellinger a lot in all of his videos.
Okay, so what are you going to do different in your life to create a life that is worth living for you, regardless of that information?
I need to go off grid is what I'm trying to, what I said from the gate is I just need to go off grid, and I know that I feel like I need to do certain types of preparations, but to go off grid with just me and my 2 sons that are underage just doesn't seem reasonable. I'm sitting here with a 4x4
So you're not going to
truck.
do anything until you find someone to be your savior in the form of a man.
No, that's not true. I've already been looking at land and all that. I just don't know, like, what would, in my crazy psychotic opinion, I feel like we need to go underground, and a lot of civilizations have done that in the past.
Why are you calling yourself crazy and psychotic? And if you are crazy and psychotic,
because you know what, I'm really not crazy and psychotic. I say that because I feel like people are thinking that way about me. So I want to acknowledge that it sounds psychotic and crazy. I am not
but
crazy.
You see what you're doing. Your whole reality is based on everyone and everything out there, and you're neglecting in here. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I do.
So if you're not working, you say you have the freedom to not work, the blessing to not work. What makes you think that that's a blessing?
Well, I feel like I have a lot of time available to do preparations.
Right. Isn't time available a negative thing? If you're time available.
I have enough cash to do shit, and I don't have. I stay home and I don't have to work because I have enough money, and I'm still not taking care of business, and it bothers me real bad.
Right. So you're constantly in a loop of anxiety and depression, and the only way you're going to get out of that is by doing and being something different. It's the same story. It's the same story we talk about with myself, Penile Power, and many others who've come here at different stages of our experience. So if you have the quote unquote blessing and freedom to have enough that you don't have to work to do whatever you need to do, well, then get on it. The more that you put your time, energy, and attention and resources toward a goal, and you start working on that and completing it, the more will be revealed, and the less you'll be sitting around fixating and obsessing and driving yourself crazy. You can only do what you can do. Everything else after that, we're all going to experience together. So you're far from alone. We're aware. Folks are aware.
I haven't considered that.
Right. So you're not alone. You're not like the only one experiencing this. We're all experiencing the same reality. And at the end of the day, we do the next right thing, and whatever's going to happen is going to happen. We can't fixate and drive ourselves crazy over what cannot be controlled by the individual or even the collective. If there is an Anunnaki alien race, well, then they've already got us beat. The question is, are we going to beat ourselves? So they can already have the game sewn up. They can already come in at any time and do whatever to us. That's great. From now till then, I'm going to practice not being my own worst enemy, but being my own best ally. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Because again, this is why a lot of these wake-up calls and a lot of these narratives do not serve the individual. Because then folks all of a sudden become aware or accept the reality is the case, and they put all the power and meaning on that understanding, and they take all the power and value and purpose and meaning away from themselves and what they can do next. So, it's one thing to be aware of certain dynamics going on here. It's another thing to hyper fixate and obsess and wind up decaying and degrading because you never wind up doing or creating or being anything other than
that won't happen. That won't happen. I'm just taking it's just really hard to get started, but I appreciate what you're telling me because that does make sense. And I do appreciate the stimulation of getting my head back together. That makes sense what you're saying.
Yeah, usually whatever's really hard to get started is exactly what you need. If you have somebody who's obese, it's really hard for them to get up and walk around the block. It's probably what they need the most, though.
Yes, I agree. 100%.
I can't hear you, Pizer, if you're talking. You're muted.
Oh, I said, and know that you found this channel or these people for a reason. So there's like you don't have to be so fearful. You're not crazy. There's people are going through it. Just have some faith and get grounded, and everything's gonna be good, man.
The reality of it is folks who have any kind of awareness outside of what's conventional are, in a sense, tasked to be leaders here and examples. Instead of folks leading and becoming the example and the change, they're sitting around destroying themselves, fixating on a vision the rest can't have or don't have. So, yeah, it's going to take like a new level of self-esteem and self-worth and self-value where you say, I am not my experiences and what I've felt about myself in the past. If I have an awareness, then I have a responsibility to do and be and create something as an example for others. So there should be little to no time and energy for the rest of this victimhood shit that we do with ourselves.
I've been so worried. I made these flyers, but they're I made a bunch of them on one piece of paper, so they're business card size flyers, and I hand them because I talk frequently to anybody that I can. So, like even in the grocery store,
you're creating from a space of fear and worry, and you don't have any solutions. It makes no sense. If you go and wake up your whole
flyers, I hand out.
If you go and wake up the whole world right now to what it is you say what are you going to do after that? You have to solve your own problems before you wake them up to their problems they can't solve. No.
Right, you're right. I'm giving these flyers out, hoping that other people will collaborate with me so we could come up with an idea together.
There you go. You're going full Jack Talcott, where you're all in fear, creating from worry, and thinking that other worried, fearful, awake people who are desperate are going to somehow come together with you.
I'm trying to wake them up. They're not even awake. I'm trying to wake them up so they can be part of my club.
This is why I laugh at this truth or narrative. We're only here to wake everyone up to what? All the problems you haven't solved for yourself on your own with a group now who has them? That sounds great. How long do you all tear each other to bits like they do on these panels? Right. So be thankful and grateful you're quote unquote awake, and also be a bit careful about who and what you're going to wake up to a reality you have enough time processing and solving the problems for, right? Just get to processing and solving the problems rather than trying to wake everyone else up to be in chaos and desperation and fear and worry and run around like chickens with their head cut off. It's not going to happen.
I hear you. I didn't even think of that.
But yeah, we oftentimes don't, right? We go right to this idea of the herd and the group consciousness and, oh my God, something bad's going to happen. So we're going to be selfless and tell everyone else. Good luck. You're going to awaken a mob of broken, confused, soulless, lost people to a reality they never thought could exist and have no answers for. And if you don't have answers, they're probably going to tear you to pieces potentially, either physically or metaphysically. Because how dare you wake them up to a problem you knew existed that you can't solve? They're just going to turn on you just like the Christed being they did. How dare you wake us up to a whole set of circumstances and problems we didn't know exist and have no answers for?
Yeah, I guess you make sense. Not everybody, very little people think like I do, whereas I'd rather have information no matter what the fuck it is, if it's imperative and important to know about life.
I get that. I'm the same way. I want to know a little bit too much. At a certain point, you got to take true enough as true enough, and you got to do the next right thing. Knowing is not enough. You gotta apply it, right? Knowledge only becomes wisdom when it's put into action. If not, we're the biggest fools ever because we know and we've done nothing with it.
Yeah.
And you have to have faith in yourself and that things are going to be okay because they always end up all right. We're all in the same boat. We're all in the same realm together. So,
you think they always end up all right?
You know, no reason to like be distraught. And I know like anxiety and all these things all these things in our mind is we create all these things, all these worries, all these fears, all this shit. But if you just have some faith and
yeah, but it serves a purpose too. Pizer, look, I almost called you Talcott. Thinking about Talcott. That's never a good Freudian slip sign, right? So
no,
the reality of it is, bro, anxiety and depression serves a purpose. You're anxious because you know you need to do more. If you're Talcotted out and you're not anxious when you do need to do more, you're fucked. So anxiety can serve you. It's meant to get you up off your ass and doing and creating something. Just don't create from worry and fear and anxiety. Use the anxiety to do the next right thing. If you got to make a list when you're at a base consciousness state of peace of what the next 10 right things to do. So when you get in an anxious space, you're not deluded, right? You're not like clouded over in your discernment. You just go right to the list. I'm feeling anxious. I'm going to use this anxiety, this energy to complete the list. And I'm going to apply this anxiety and this energy to whatever the next right thing is that needs to be done. Because if you don't use that anxiety to do something, that's when the depression comes in. You're depressed because you were anxious before and didn't do nothing. Now you're depressed because you were anxious and didn't do nothing. That's the loop of anxiety and depression. They have a function and a purpose if you will let it be. If you focus on the anxiety and depression rather than treating it or working out of it, it's going to take you down because it's an endless loop.
Yeah, when I'm anxiety ridden, I just sit there flipping the fuck out for days, a couple of days sometimes, if not just hours, but definitely hours, if not a couple of days. I just
Right, and you could be probably selling that house, getting the equity out of it, going and downsizing, getting a smaller, tiny house, getting a piece of land, growing a garden, building a fence. There's a whole bunch of shit you could be doing and creating or putting your energy toward. And instead of you directing that anxiety, you're sitting around driving yourself and everyone else crazy, passing out flyers to a bunch of slaves that couldn't help you even if they could see the reality.
You're fucking so intelligent. I know these things, but I don't fucking focus. Like I have a hard time putting all the thoughts together right now while I'm listening to you. My thoughts are going together. Really, everything's kind of, it's falling more into place. I appreciate that. I have 6 children and I have 2 adult male boys and 2 adult girls. And my boys are so upset with me because I've got an issue that they don't dig. And the oldest of all my kids is like the ringleader of them all. And they all think like me. So really, I don't need any of these people that I'm passing flyers out to. Really, I just need myself. And my offspring
are ridiculous. You have children you say align with you. You have males who are your children who you should be leading with.
I keep fucking up. My son is keeping me away.
Yeah, you got to get out of your own way. Like most of us, there's a time when you have to realize you're in your own way and you got to get out of your own way. And now you got to lead and create and build it and they will come. If not, you already have children and adult male children and folks.
I'm saying that talking to you is making me realize that whatever the vice is that's coming between me and my oldest kid, who's like totally me, I made him like me on, I don't even know what to say. He's the baddest fucking motherfucker around. And the truth is that I've been standing in my own way by not getting rid of whatever fucking problem I have that keeps my kid away from me.
What's the problem? Drugs and alcohol?
The problem is that periodically I fucking like to do methamphetamine.
Yeah, well, there you go. So, you know, let's
and I think it's okay because I sleep every fucking day and I sleep every night and I sleep every night and I
we're
eat
done.
every day.
We're done. We're not going to make excuses and justifications.
Yeah,
you know damn well methamphetamine.
No matter what the case is, my kid fucking hates it and I should respect that.
Again, it's not that they hate you. It's they're afraid you're a fucking walking. Could you let me tell you what they're experiencing? Because you obviously don't. You want to project onto it and make it more than what it is. They're afraid for you that you're a liability and you're going to harm yourself or them. And that's a reasonable concern.
Yes,
so in order for them not to be in a fear state and at war constantly, you can't be in a fear state and at war constantly. And you can't be using the drugs that are harmful to you and your family to escape from that dynamic. There's a different way out, which is an answer to the problem, which is doing the next right thing, creating a life worth living. Stop living in a victimhood state and stop choosing fear and anxiety. If you have fear and anxiety, direct it and do something with it. You'll probably be more valued in yourself and in your family. You'll probably feel better about yourself, and your family will feel better about you, and you won't need those kind of drugs.
Right. I just smoke pot. I'm not using. It's that my kid, I was using it like a couple of months ago. My kid came and found out and he was pissed off and now he's not talking to me again.
You shouldn't need to find out for you to carry yourself like a grown woman. Grown women don't do methamphetamine.
Right. Or good women don't.
Yeah, and I agree with
well, that's part of being grown is learning how to be good, right?
Yeah, I just want to be a good person and a good mom. That's the truth.
Right. So you know, and your child knows intuitively, if not with what you've seen with everyone else who uses that drug, that it's a bad drug. It's a bad substance. It never ends well. Pot is a different story. I highly doubt that your children are going to hate you or what you do if you use THC. Okay, right. So they all use it. You could use it even with them. I'm not like promoting that, but ultimately you could have a communal experience, a loving, caring experience, still use your plants and herbs or your psychedelics without using something that you know is harming yourself and your relationship.
I mentioned that situation right there.
No, you should have, because if you think that I can't, again, part of everyone's problem is they think too much about other shit and not enough about other things. Right? So like if you think that I can't tell that there's drugs and alcohol in your history and background, I can, because it's in mine. So I'm pretty good at recognizing what's in me and in my history in others. And I got to tell you, it's like par for the course nowadays in the modern world. Pretty much everyone has a drug or alcohol habit, whether it's legal drugs or street drugs. They're on pharmaceuticals, medication.
I'm usually just a pothead, and I like to smoke salvia sometimes.
Again, I smoke a ton of reefer. It never at this point makes my life unmanageable, and it never causes me so much of an issue or problem that I can't manage myself in my life. Those drugs do.
That's what I feel like, but my kid doesn't agree, and he has a great reason not to agree, and I really should just respect that.
No. You're talking about the methamphetamine, and methamphetamine is never a drug. I don't care what you feel and think. I've never met anyone who can use pills and powder and do it long term and not be affected by it or have their life become unmanageable.
It definitely affects you, at least physically.
Of course it does. And it creates psychosis and manic depressive swings when you're not on it. Who are you kidding? You're lying to yourself and you're trying to bullshit me. And I know it's not the case. And you know it's not the case.
Denial sometimes, I'm sure.
Just talking about it is enough to trigger anyone.
So you know, just like I do, that if you stay off that shit and you put 1,000 days in between your last usage, you're going to start to level out. You're going to become more balanced. You're not going to be as hypersensitive, and you're not going to have as much mood swings like you've been showing here today. That's part of that condition. That's part of the use. Is not only what it does to you when you're on it, it's what it does to you when you're not on it.
Yeah, can I ask?
Of course, you don't want your children coming there and seeing you crying and yelling and screaming and being manic depressive. It worries them, as it should.
So were you saying you still smoke salvia? That's still around? Like, that's still
periodically, like, I let myself, it is still around, and periodically I smoke salvia. Like, maybe I'm afraid to do it on a regular basis, no matter
what. What are you looking for? What do you think these drugs are going to provide you don't already have?
Something I only do periodically. I listened to Terrence McKenna for quite a while about the salvia trip, and I tried it for a lot of different reasons, and I really thought it was a groovy feeling and a good experience, and I learned a lot. But it's something that I wouldn't want to take a lot, because it's way more intense than like even LSD. When I was a kid and I took LSD, when you go into salvia and you come out of salvia, it's a crazy feeling. I'm afraid I'll get stuck in that world, so like I don't want to do it regularly. But
right. The point is you're living a life based on
experience.
You're living a life based on chasing pleasure, and you're not chasing purpose.
No, I don't do I haven't done salvia for almost 2 years. I only do that, like I said, periodically. I'm afraid I'll get stuck in that.
I know that, but it's still a theme. The theme is still sound when it comes to analyzing yourself, myself, and many folks that come here.
Hallucinogenic. I do have to.
I'm aware of what it is. I've used it in the past. I'm just saying that when you're at your age, after a certain point, remember back to what I'm talking about growing up? After a certain point and a certain amount of experiences, there's nothing left to have. There's nothing left to do. We're just chasing hedonism and euphoria after a certain point. You're not using this shit as a tool. You're not using it for growth and learning. You're just trying to escape.
I do use salvia as a tool. That's why I haven't done it for so long, and I'm probably not going to do it again. I have a brand new container in my drawer, and I haven't used it for almost 2 years.
Again, I've never met anyone in this life who's credible and competent and capable, whose like first introduction is, "Hey, I just smoked salvia." It doesn't happen.
I told you all this shit for the first time, yet you're talking to me.
No, I am you. You can't keep secrets from me anyway, and there's no secrets to keep because I am you and have done it all. I've just refocused at a certain point and I've reprioritized as you need to, because we're oneself, and whatever applies to me probably applies to you. So get away from the feelings and how good it feels and the colors and all the rest of it. What do you need to do and be for yourself to go to the next level in your life and have a life worth living?
You need to get the fuck off grid, and that's a fact.
Okay, well, that's not going to happen doing meth and smoking salvia. Ask Tommy, ask Slow State, ask the rest of them. Not going to happen. You can ask me, I'll tell you. Never once did anything get done the way I used to live. No, quite the opposite.
I can only take in what you say, and I just don't agree with the salvia part. That's all. Everything else.
I'm not telling you that there's not some benefit potentially to all drugs, and they can't all be used as some tool for something. But after a certain point, you got to realize the thematic of codependency, addiction, and escapism. And then you have to see the solution, which is stop doing all that, stop prioritizing that shit, stop believing the answers are going to come from that, and start doing and being the next right thing for you and your family, and watch what the universe brings you.
I really feel like you're right. I do. And even with the... Go ahead.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to interrupt. I could just say this is where I could go Brian O'Shea and be like, "Whoa, Paul, what about your daily weed smoking?" But I'm not going to go there. I'm not Brian.
Again, where does my daily weed smoking come into me being unresolved, unreconciled, and unmanaged in my life and my affairs? You could argue my weed smoking keeps me centered and grounded and balanced at times. It's an addition to who and what I am.
Going back to whoever just said that, because I can't see the name well, I'm sorry. But the case is, the truth be, in my personal known opinion, the truth be 100% sobriety, like 100% no mind altering substance is the best for our human bodies. Not that I've accomplished that very many times in life, but that I believe is the most appropriate way to keep your human body alive.
I don't necessarily deny that.
You eat the proper diet and no mood altering substances involved. However, that is not how like the tribes in the Amazon rainforest that have not been affected by society.
I understand that. Again, I'm not making a judgment necessarily on the substance. I'm making a discernment on the person, their personality, their habits, and results.
I agree. I was just making a comment about not using marijuana or any other thing.
If someone wants to come to me and go, "Hey, I grow my own poppies and I make my own heroin and I do it all day, every day for 10 years, but I have a family, my health is great, I have value regularly I'm creating in my life, I'm an accomplished artist and musician, I have a community, I'm networking," it usually doesn't happen. So I'm not opposed to it. I'm just talking reality as we most.
But Paul, I have a question. If they did, would it be okay?
Potentially, yes. It's not about right or wrong. It's about manageable
my
and
next question
unmanageable.
is that because as opposed to methamphetamines, I'm totally there with you, but as opposed to methamphetamines, is that because heroin, I guess, I didn't realize until right now, could be made naturally?
I'm just giving an example.
Meth would be synthetic? Is that the difference?
I'm just giving an example. I'm not down on the drug necessarily. I'm down on people delusional and making excuses and justifications that don't pan out with reality. So whether it's heroin, methamphetamine, salvia, whatever, you could throw cannabis into it. If I meet someone and they smoke weed all day, every day, and they don't work, and they're poor and broke, and they have no family, and they have no community and no network, and they sit on the couch like a fried egg all day, it's probably not manageable, and it's probably not working for them.
I agree. I see you.
So if what's his name, the Olympic swimmer wants to take bong hits from now till the cows come home, and he's in perfect shape, and if Michael Phelps is living a full life, and he has a family, and he's an accomplished swimmer, and he's not poor and broke, and he is a conversationalist, and he's not sitting there drooling and looking retarded, then hey, he can smoke all the bong hits he wants. If you can't be like Michael Phelps on weed, on heroin, on methamphetamine, you shouldn't be doing it. So it's about manageable versus unmanageable. And anything that's destroying your health and your mind and your emotional state is probably not manageable. So that would, to me, include all pills and powders, and you could argue marijuana in a smoke state. Because smoking the cannabis, especially with tobacco additives, is detrimental to your breathing. There's no way to argue it because I've experienced it.
I got a call coming in. Excuse me.
Right. The cornerstone of when you go to treatment for addiction is, has this substance made my life unmanageable? That's the first criteria. Is it affecting my mind, my emotions, my health, my spiritual practice, my job, my relationships? Has it caused my life to become almost completely unmanageable in every area? And what you will find with most people who use especially pills and powders and drink is if they do it long enough, at some point they lose everything, including their fucking mind. That's what I've seen to be true. Your thoughts on any of this penile power? We got to get the hell out of here. Give me the final word. I'm going to sign off. We're an hour and 15 over. There's always tomorrow, folks. Presuming I don't die in my sleep. And like the gambler said, Kenny Rogers song, the best thing you can hope for is to die in your sleep. And I don't think I'm going to be that lucky. So odds are we will be back tomorrow in some shape, form, or fashion. Can we get a final word, Mr. Pizer DeCastro and Mr. Penile Power?
Yeah, it's Pizer Huasca Power at the moment. You're muted, Jeff.
Well, that's great broadcasting. Thanks, much love, brother and sisters. Thanks, Paul, for the combo today. Appreciate you.
I love you, brother.
Love you, brother. See you tomorrow.
All right, Jeff.
Do the prayer hands. Oh, man. All right, I'm out of here. Have a good one. I got shit to do.
All right, Penile Power. We love you, bud.
Appreciate you, man. Love you, man. Take care.
All right, now get your shit together, Penile Power. All that love, lovey-dovey, warm and fuzzy, heart-based consciousness is great. We need it. Without it, we're doomed. But you got to get your ass in gear. You got to get in action. You got to create a life worth living and a lifestyle that shows what you're capable of. Various aspects. So, hey, I'm going to take my own advice and I'm going to get on it if you're not, because I need it just as much, if not more than anyone. So with that said, I'll be back as always tomorrow, 12 to 3 MDT. Mazel from out west. God of all media out. I love you folks, of course. I have a general love and care. I practice that. At one time, I had no love and care in me, and now I practice loving and caring everybody. But what's most important is you got to love the truth back, equal, if not more, than you love me or even yourself. The truth is most important. You can't love me or yourself unless you love the truth. The truth is we can always do and be and have better most of the time. So I'm out of here, people. If I didn't say it already, mazel from out west, double mazel, triple mazel. And if you don't love the truth, by the way, you can go fuck yourself. That's what I say here in every end of my broadcast. Is a bit triggering. It's a bit trigonometry. It's a balance, right? I tell you I love you. Explain to you got to love the truth back. More than even you love me or yourself. That's how you love me and yourself. Truthfully, true love. And if not, then you need to go fuck yourself. Because you're probably already fucking yourself and you just don't know it.
Me, I always tell the truth, even when I lie. So say good night to the bad guy. Come on. The last time you're gonna see a black guy like this again.
The great reset's happening. So when you get all your pretty and nice shit taken away and your bullshit job that leads to nowhere, and you're forced back on the land and have to be self-sustainable and co-creative and work with what is, this talk about your feelings and your ego is going to go right out the window, because the God and the elements and nature are going to present what needs to happen next. 9 out of 10 times. That's the difference between me and you. I got it in me, not on me, just like you do. I'm trying to work it out, bring the subconscious to the conscious and figure out who and what I am. Am I good or evil? Am I real and true? Am I a narcissistic, egotistical deceiver? That's the difference. I'm actually authentically trying to work it out while you lie to everyone and project your negative aspects of self onto me, and I don't appreciate it. And the universe don't appreciate it either. And the students of life in this audience don't appreciate it either. This isn't about love and money. This isn't about chasing bags or anything else in and of the world. This is about the philosophy, right? The love of knowledge, the love of wisdom, the love of understanding of self and applying it to actualize and realize and get better results for yourself and everyone else. I thought that's what we were doing here. So let's get the game back in its proper perspective. The motherfucker doing this shit shouldn't have to talk about it because you folks want to lie on it. It's embarrassing to me. I didn't come on here with the intention of the understanding that this is supposed to be for business or a hobby. That's why I show up the way I do 500 days straight. That's why I have a care in my heart with passion. That's why I do what's true and what's right and see through you motherfuckers and get amazing results for me. We can't allow the generalized experience of life and everything it has to offer, good, bad, and indifferent, to hold us back or keep us paralyzed or keep us fearful or self-doubting or unloving and uncaring of ourselves. How do I know? Because I look into me. That's all this is. I can see further than the rest. I can interpret beyond what's told and shown, and I can amalgamate and communicate the cause and effect and the root of the state of consciousness and awareness. That is a astounding testimony to the work that I've done on myself in this world and in this life and the practices I've walked with other people. The question and answer, the fellowship, the co-creational endeavors, and the conversation that leads to understanding. But again, we can't appeal to false emotions and false authority. That is the cornerstone of cognitive dissonance. You can't say that I'm respectable, righteous, honorable, presentable, and then I have balls and then turn around and hate me or catch feelings over me, be in that and live in that when you don't like it or when it doesn't turn out as favorably for you as you would have hoped or expected, right? That's the theme of a true common bond that goes long term versus the shallow, materialistic, worldly connections that come and go. It is what it is. Some people are down forever. Some people are down for the ride until they got to get off, right? And some people ain't down at all. So through the life experiences, firsthand experiences, through the tests and challenges, you learn more and more who and what is meant for you and who or what is probably not going to be able to sustain the ride. And that's okay.
God of all media.